Oye, ¿cómo estás? Was my app the only one that crashed?
Hmm? It said you were having connection issues and then it vanished.
Oh, did it do that like while I was talking?
I didn't hear you talking.
Interesting.
You need some
You didn't hear me
shungite.
talk? You didn't see me say anything about ocean?
Hmm?
You didn't hear
You
me say anything
sound
about
muffled. What are you doing with your mic? Are you eating it?
that.
I have my headphones on too, but I have a fan in the back because my neighbors, the walls are so thin here. Their dog, I could hear it against the wall. They have a giant German Shepherd and was clawing all yesterday, day and night. So I'm like, that's it. I'm putting my box fan against the wall. White noise. Where did everybody go? You know what you need? Bromance.
How?
How? What?
Oh shit, my internet cut off.
You sound louder. Maybe it's your emotions. Do you affect electronics at all when you're upset emotionally?
Yeah, all my devices are fucked up. It can't be coincidence, right? That must be a thing I figure because like literally, how the fuck do all the electronics around me fucking go fucking haywire all the time? I don't know why I have
Oh,
all these broken laptops.
you must be like me. I forget what they call it, but there's people like us that are sensitive. Do lights mess up around you? Do they flicker? Like burn out fast? Or do you set car alarms off just walking
Yeah,
near them?
big.
Yeah, you need some shungite and organite, but I don't know if it'll help much. Like here, my light always messes up. I don't know if it's me because I've done it in the past or if it's the wiring and the mice in the walls.
Yeah, so what just happened was my Wi-Fi service just turned off. It says I need to pay my bill.
Oh, hmm.
Yeah, I put off doing that because I was just too lazy. Like, I guess I'll just do it now. I want to still turn it on in the middle of the night.
Ooh,
How much do you pay for internet?
way too much. It's a scam here. We don't have a lot of providers. I just have what? There's Bell, Rogers, and I think they're trying to merge them as one. They scam me too because I had my modem actually. Speaking of electronics dying, I had my modem die on me after 3 years. So I had to get a new one and they were still charging me for the old one. And they're like, oh,
How
well,
are they charging you?
I no longer had it working and I literally, it was dead and they were still charging me for it. I had to walk and get, I had to mail it and I guess they didn't organize when they got it back. Thankfully, I kept my receipt. I'm like, why are you still charging me? I returned it on this date. They sent me a check for like $30 back. I'm like, really? Like you charged me more than that, but okay. 'Cause, like, I don't know. 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 I They're scammers. At least it
Yeah,
isn't
it's all about the
active
money.
anymore. Mhm. Also, my neighbor stole my Wi-Fi, so that might have helped it die.
Oh shit! Now I'm just kind of going around my pad, fixing my internet. Actually, probably should just pay the bill right now instead of putting it off again. Internet bill and pay it. Hold on. This might take a little bit.
Yeah,
You
at
want to play
least
some
we.
music?
Mhm.
You want to play some music?
I'm on my phone.
On
I
your phone?
don't. If I play music, it would be on my other phone. I don't think it would sound too good. I have two phones, kind of like you, except I think you have three phones. I don't know where my other phone went.
You think I have three phones?
Uh,
I got more than that.
when you did the bromance thing, people kept saying you have like three phones or more. Mellow and that, because everyone wanted to hear your bromance, and they're like,
Yeah, that's a good idea. We should have done that. Or I could have well, this the thing of well, you're talking about our soiree, Is that
yeah.
um,
What was
we
it?
could have
They
like
said
put
they
up a
couldn't
phone
hear
like in every
you on
room.
your phone, so they were trying to go on Mello's phone, and I don't know if Mello went back or what on his phone. But yeah, it was hard to hear everyone. Oh, I
There
found my
wasn't
other
really
phone.
good planning.
I think I need a third phone. Both of my phones, the back came off on them. They're not too waterproof.
Like I was wearing pants that day that I mean I was totally unprepared. I was wearing pants that like were totally fucking just fucking trashed. Like there was like dog shit on them. And like
Oh God.
I was wearing like dog shit trashed pants to like hang out with these guys. That's how like prepared I was.
They didn't notice. I don't think they
Oh no,
noticed.
I didn't tell them the dog shit part.
Well, at least it didn't smell. They didn't bring it up.
Yeah, I cleaned it off best I could, I guess. I mean, guys don't smell very well, I guess. We're all stinky generally,
I
so.
don't know. When I go out, some guys smell like strong cologne.
Oh, really? No, I just think maybe we don't not as sensitive to smells.
I don't know. I once heard cinnamon attracts dude, and I got a cinnamon candle, and my above neighbor was making sounds like he was sniffing it.
Your candle?
hmm I read that men are most attracted, I think, to cinnamon and the scent cinnamon and something else, and I wanted to test it. And he seemed to be enjoying it.
A little too much, or
I don't know. He was like making moaning sounds.
yeah, I mean everyone loves cinnamon.
I don't know. Like a lot of male cologne is musky, but I tend to prefer musky. Like the scented candles I would get would be musky. What do I have right now? I think I have a sage candle. Oh, it reminds me, I used to collect candles and then I would burn them where just a little bit of wax is left and I have to move. So now I got a wax burner to try and get rid of all that wax. I like my place smelling good. Candles, incense. And yeah, a lot of it's musky. Musky incense. I don't know. You don't have a favorite scent or like roses? I have rose incense. Should get sage, Palo Santo. Palo Santo and sage smell good too. And wherever I end up moving, I want to sage it. So this place has been cursed. Hi, Sim. Oh, wait.
Ahoy. What? My bill has doubled? How did my bill double? What the fuck?
I wish we had free Wi-Fi and technology. It pisses me off so much that we could, but the powers that be hide it, suppress it. And I found a cool guy on TikTok that he makes weird Tesla devices to try and make free energy. I wish I was that smart, knew how to make those devices, but
Just ask ChatGPT.
though one of his devices was very loud. He had like a Tesla coil and had all this wire wrapped around it, but it'd make very loud sounds. I did find a cool video on TikTok. I think if you take a, what is it, clear quartz and you put it by your power box, it's supposed to make your bill less expensive, but only if the wire's exposed. You put it against that. I guess it like slows down the energy.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. We need to start a fund for Logan's Wi-Fi. It says wife. I said Wi-Fi. Captions Wi-Fi.
No, my Wi-Fi's all right. It's just I need to pay my bill.
It says your wife is already in the captions.
Wifey. My wifey is in Portland.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is like my wife, I guess. I guess her Wi-Fi is like our wifey. Yeah, do you have unlimited Wi-Fi in America and Canada? They claim there's unlimited Wi-Fi. It's a scam. After a certain point, they freeze it. I think I have hunger hiccups.
I have probably the worst Wi-Fi issues on the internet, so I can't really just.
Well, I finally got a decent modem, but now I'm gonna have to move. I don't know how it's gonna end up. I
That's another one. Half of us call him Tully. The other half calls him Tulai.
did I just hear a dog?
That's not a dog. This is not a dog beside me. Yes, it is. No,
I was gonna be like, sometimes you can't tell. Sometimes women sound like dogs. My ex-neighbor's girlfriend sounded like a dog. Sometimes.
one bone, two dogs. Jealous dog.
Oh Lord.
We had one here earlier, but then the space crashed, and they haven't found their way back in for some reason.
Maybe they're having a bromance. Did you send them a link?
Yep.
Invite?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's Thursday, garbage day. Oh no, I have a broken chair. I'm trying to get out of my apartment. Oh, I should do that in the next few hours. I don't think I'm gonna be able to lift it all the way out though. It's half electronic and half broken.
I put a link up of RFK Jr. Bringing up and talking about the UFOs in an interview, and then he actually he was asked at the end of an interview about them, and he threw it right back at the interviewers and said, "Did you see that story about the whistleblower?" And they just go into a deep dive about it all. It's pretty interesting. He goes, "I don't know, but I'll have fun when I'm president going into that stuff, you know." He also mentions that Dan Aykroyd is completely obsessed with this stuff. Which means we've got to get Dan Aykroyd into spaces if he's not already in here sometimes.
Good. Oh, Zim left. I was just going to tell him something. Anyways, I'll tell you guys. Oh, there he is.
Ready. Where are we?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you guys the Las Vegas UFO thing? Or not Las Vegas. With the kid in Angel, with the kid named Angel. You ever notice the way he was describing the aliens with big black eyes? And then they showed the footage of the alien standing behind the fence. Looks nothing the way the kid described. And that footage also looks like it's done by a cheesy CGI model, in my opinion. What do you guys think of that? Here's my theory on it.
I thought it was sexy, so it's probably fake.
Yeah, exactly. When I first saw it, I'm like, this is bogus. Why would they putting out fake?
It looks like an Avatar character. Have you seen the Avatar
Yeah,
movie?
exactly. So I had an epiphany here last night when I was talking to my son about it, and I'm like, oh my God, what if they're making this up for that false flag attack? So they can't use reptilians, they can't use grays, they can't use, you know what I mean? Because then humanity would be like, all right, well, let's, there's a lot of gun ho people out there. Let's go after the Greys. Let's go after the Reptilians. Let's go after the Nordics. So they can't use any of those races that are known. So they make up their own race. I just thought it was quite the idea. What do you guys think?
I think that video has been attached to it, and they didn't claim that it's their video. It's just people on the internet claiming that's attached. It looks like CGI.
Yeah.
Just the movements are CGI. But the real video, the extended video of the family, I think some of the family were being spooked and told that the kids saw it. From what Eric talked about, let's look. Is it a Catholic family? What language are they speaking there? Where are they from? And do they believe and that night was April 30th, almost midnight to May 1st. That's a ritual night. Walpurgisnacht, or I don't know how to pronounce it. It's about an ancient saint that cast out witchcraft and diseases, and it's celebrated around the world, different places. If that's what's happening and they're doing that, so you heard them saying we're praying, we heard whispering, these things. If you listen to that whole text, that whole tape, it's a prayerful family. If they were celebrating or recognizing that, maybe like one of them is very religious and knows some traditions, and they're praying about witchcraft and disease, and they're all in the same mode of the kids are like us, they're on the internet and they're saying the way the world's flipped upside down. Then you got a 16 and 15-year-old that walk out back and they see these things walking in the backyard after, while they're praying, maybe, or around that time, this meteor goes over, and even like a sonic boom from the meteor. That's a lot of power of suggestion in there. So if it's something that's real, or even if it's not, and these kids are in that phase of mind where they're open to that stuff being real, maybe they do see it. Maybe it's two of them. Maybe it's really there too, because it's almost like an incantation if you're praying about those sort of things. So it could have a lot of reality to it. It could be just the power of suggestion of a religious thing. But I think that's the thing to look at. This was a holiday night that is about conjuring, you know, or protection from conjuring of things like that.
Yeah, I thought it was a little strange, to be honest with you. I converted my boss the other day. I go, "You don't believe in any conspiracy theory?" He's like, "Nope, nope." And I think all I mentioned to him was, I go, "All right, look up Boeing 747s and what a bird can do to a Boeing 747." So he does. And then I says, "Well, exactly. Now look at the 9/11 footage that was presented to us. Tell me what's wrong with that picture." And the next day he comes into the shop and he goes, "Huh, you might be onto something there, George." And I'm like, "You think?" He noticed it right away. The plane goes through the building during that event. And I'm like, if a seagull can mess up the nose of an airplane really gnarly, explain to me how that plane can go through the entire building and come out the other side. And he goes, "Yeah, there might be something to that," he says. I thought it was kind of humorous when he discovered it himself.
The idea that now there's a way to be gullible with conspiracy theories, like everything is real. That sounds sexier than what's the given narrative or whatever. But the idea that there are no conspiracies, that there are no secrets, it's laughable. You know, it's just a laughable idea that, well, you can't look. With Mick West, there was a key point with this whistleblower where he starts saying, well, they're all getting together behind the scenes, and then one group is secretly trying to feed this person at the top of Intel fake information, trying to maybe weed him out from the top of Intel, and then the other group, and they're all. So I'm like, let's just, even if you're correct, Mick, let's establish right now you are the conspiracy theorist. You're digging and trying to put together things that we're told aren't together yet. That's conspiracy theory. His thing now, his position is that of a conspiracy theorist, and he's done nothing but dismantle conspiracy theories for the last 10 years, right? It just he almost preaches from a pulpit that way, that this is just a mental exercise that people go through. So I don't believe that.
Well, the party really died.
You still awake, Logan?
Always been away. I'm just paying my internet bill. The disclosure train never stops. There we go.
See you guys coming to my birthday space? Logan, I definitely have to have you there, buddy.
Wait,
What day is that?
to
July.
Uh, this Sunday, but I'm thinking of doing something Friday. Well, maybe not. So I get shit faced with the guys on Friday. Beer,
How old are you turning?
46. Yeah, but it's the theory of everything space. The thing that I've been working on for close to almost 25 years.
oh
So,
wow. Hey Tula, I'm gonna ask you a quick question. Do you know
Well, I'll
the
sure
Telegram
try. I
app?
think I did set a reminder, but it's Father's Day, and I'll be banging around different places. I got 2 kids that I'm going to spend some time with. So, um, but I'll try. I'm also going to be driving a long way that I could do the service during. So I'll be driving separate from the wife because she's coming in with an airplane Friday into Baltimore. So I hope I can time it properly.
nice. What was that, Logan? You were asking something, buddy? Yeah, I have to say this is like I said, it was close to 25 years worth of work combining. Once I started noticing the similarities between all of these conspiracy theories and whatnot, yeah, it's been a long journey, needless to say. You know what? I might be able to do something Friday because I've written down on the damn calendar that I was going to take Friday off. Oh.
By the way, maybe it's my being humble, but I think of you as an older guy than me, Tula, because of your experiences and stuff. And you're like 46.
Really?
I got you by 11 years, man.
I've been told that from quite a few shamans, that I'm an old spirit or an old soul, I guess. That's funny. Yeah, I've been researching Dolores Cannon's work, and God damn, she hits the nail on the head on a lot of this research that I've done over the years. And it's weird to come across a researcher where everything that you thought was right, they think is right as well. So when I first came across Dolores, I was just, oh my God, this old lady knows her shit. I was on a huge push on her 3 videos there.
That's the second. So I've heard Angel brought up in that first case, right? Of the things we were discussing earlier. I heard that brought up 2 times.
Yeah.
But the name Angel came up a second time the first day I heard it. And my mother's name is Dolores. And I just flipped through channels last night, and something was on about a nun, and this guy was host,
Whoa! There's a
and she
fucking moose in the road.
was nice.
Sorry, Zim. How Canadian
No,
is
that's
that?
awesome.
This guy's. I haven't seen a moose in fucking forever. Look at this. He's just running down the road. I wish this was Discord so maybe I can do a photo. Oh, he's going off the road. Oh, son of a bitch. Wow, big bastards. I've seen them take out 18 wheelers, man. 1,500
Yeah,
pound moose.
if they get a head start, man, they'll knock your car halfway into a spin, won't
Oh
they?
God, yeah. Wow, cool. I've been deer hunting. Man, they are so rare to see. Especially, I'm not like in the middle of nowhere, but we do have wildlife. But it's a tiny town, the town of Bracebridge. They call it cottage country. Huh. Anyway, sorry, Jim. I didn't mean to cut you off. That was.
No, I've been doing the same stuff. I've saw bears. I've seen lots of stuff
Yeah.
lately.
Did those cubs leave?
Yeah, they left, but I saw a bear Sunday. I have a lot down the street near the lake, and so I take our trash to this compactor down there. And there was a mother deer nursing a baby deer on the right, and we sat and watched in our car like we gone through like a petting zoo. And then go about 20 yards down, and on the left was a big black bear, and he was just digging into stuff. It's like nature's really been jumping around. It's some rain after a little bit of a drought, so everything's up and running around and happy, you know.
Yeah. Now, we were talking about that in Science Space. Hello. I had this theory that they were, because people below us in New York, when the forest fires were happening here up in Ontario, Canada, well, it smelled like a campfire for us, but people in New York, it smelled totally different. And it was like an orangey smoke. And then I was just like, well, it doesn't smell like that up here. We're literally, it's a little hazy. And so, what if they use that for a cover up for something? And I was I was in a space with a bunch of meteorologists and other firefighters. And I just happened to come in at the time that they were talking about it. And a lot of these guys were saying, whatever's happening in Canada is really strange. You just don't see forest fires start simultaneously like that. And the firefighter that was saying this is not wrong. I'm like, the ones in Ontario and Alberta and Vancouver all happened simultaneously. You can see the satellite imaging of all of them literally starting all exactly at the same time, and the smoke starts moving towards the United States. I'm like, ah. And then shortly after that, I start coming across my mind instantly went to orbital lasering or orbital lasers. And then as soon as I mentioned that, you know how our devices are listening to us. Well, even on Twitter, it sent me a couple of short video shorts of what looks like lasers coming down to the surface and hitting something. One was in a rural area where it looked like it blew up a transformer. And the other one was actually during a news broadcast of the fires, and they had their Doppler radar up, but their Doppler was, I don't know, it was almost like a thermal camera, and you actually see the laser come through the sky. It heat up like a straight line down to the ground and then disappear. And then that's when another fire started well, simultaneously. They only showed the one in Alberta. And I thought, man, that is kind of strange. And people are in the United States are saying the smoke smells differently. Yeah, I thought it was a little weird.
Yeah, and even like the haze in the air, so things that might fly around invisible might be more invisible if there's enough haze, but it also might be something they have to cut through to make things kind of pop up that usually get away with being invisible.
Yeah, and Dolores said that too. She goes, somebody asked her, goes, what happened during Roswell? She goes, well, I actually had to look into this one. She goes, well, the craft, she explained the craft, and it's lightning that screws them up. And she goes into a little more detail. I have a hard time quoting that genius lady. But she said it's lightning that screws it up, and that's how they crash. I'm like, oh, because there's a few UFO crash stories where there was lightning at the time. And I thought it was quite fascinating that I had that hypothesis when I think I was about in my 20s, maybe. So I thought that was, like I said, when you come across a researcher like that, and she is saying all the things that you think is right as well, it's just quite the thing to come across, to be honest with you. Not just her, mind you. There's other researchers too that all say the same thing. Like I've said this in the past, like it's a numbers game for me. So if you have so many researchers, and not just researchers but experiencers, all saying the same thing throughout time, there's something, then I could grasp onto it. Or if we have one guy that comes up into one of these Twitter spaces and goes, oh, I've seen Slender Man when I was out hunting for deer. Now, chances are that guy's full of shit, because we all know Slender Man's a fictional character, and you know what I mean? Like, there's no validity in behind it. There's no ancient history in behind it. The Navajo Indians never talk about Slender Man. You know what I mean? So to me, it's always been a numbers game. If you have more researchers and experiencers, you know, experiencing these events, man, then there's something to bite on. There's something to grab onto there, I think. Nowadays, trying to weed out the truth is so difficult, and it's only going to get worse, especially with the advent of technology and AI. It's going to get harder and harder to distinguish the truth from, the lies. And once they start mixing those lies with reality, it's going to get a little trickier for us researchers.
It's one of the things about the crash retrieval is they're saying, oh, yeah, like there's a wreck every 5 years or so on average. That can't be true. I mean, look how many thousands of commercial airliners are. So all of a sudden, he isolates it down to commercial airliners are in the air, and there's no crashes and blah 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 blah. But if there's literally plane crashes every day, but they're smaller planes, like one man craft, right? Versus the airliners. I don't know that we
And
have
we're not knocking them out of the sky either.
exactly. We might have a process where we're trying to knock them out of the sky that might be the source for what the Roswell and the Aztec and the things that we kind of heard about. And think about it, commercial airliners, say a 747, that does only rarely happen. But how many times does a little Piper Cub have engine failure and they crash land? And sometimes people, 4 out of 5 of them survived it. Sometimes don't. Wouldn't that be more indicative of when you're seeing a small crash recovery? I don't think anyone's claimed that we have a recovered 100-yard craft, right?
Yeah, I find it kind of weird that if that's the case, if it's electrical interference, and like I said, Dolores says a lot of people are correct on this. You hear that hypothesis from a lot of people that these entities are interdimensional. She brings that up. She says they just changed their frequency, and all this hippie talk back in the day. Oh, we need to raise our vibrations and join the new world, man. And I'm just like, what? It took me forever to jump on that bandwagon, like literally just within the past this week. And hearing her describe it, finally it clicked in. And like I said, I've heard this hippie talk since the early 80s from Timothy Leary and Terrence McKenna and other shamans and the whatnot. And like I said, dude, it didn't make sense until this week, and now things are starting to click, if you know what I mean. Because I've always said that for years, that everything in our reality resonates on a certain frequency. Of course, you'd have to buy into string theory for it to work, but I don't know, man. It seems to be this is the way, as they say. I think everything in our reality is resonating on a frequency. And when you have other researchers saying the exact same thing, oh, squirrel, almost ran him over. He made it. He's good. Yeah. So when you have all of these other researchers saying the same thing, what was that?
I love you were being oh, squirrel.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that'll just ruin my day if I run over something for an hour or so.
It's all making sense. Don't worry, the universe will throw another curveball at you. The minute you have your theory of everything, you're like, well, work with this.
That's why I'm bringing it to all of the communities. I've come to a point where I can't figure it out all myself, but a good percentage of the puzzle now has been put together. Not just by my research. I'm just the guy that's taking all of the research from all of these other people from around the world and noticing the similarities between them. And like I said, this is close to 25 years worth of research, culminating in a frickin' Twitter space. How ironic is that? But what I mean by drawing those other communities together, there's a few more pieces of the puzzle where I said to myself, you know what, let's bring it to the communities. Because more minds are better than one mind working on a solution or a hypothesis, however you want to phrase it, right?
You sound like a robot. Is it just me?
It sounds like a robot, yes.
You are in the Twilight Zone. You sound like a robot.
He's stuck in the blockchain, is what we say in the crypto communities.
Well, recompile yourself, please. We'd like to withdraw you.
Do I sound better?
Much better.
Yes.
I must have been between satellites with the Starlink. Anyway, they closed the main road at a portion to get to everything. I got to drive like 20 minutes out of the way to get everywhere now.
Yeah, but what if that's the narrative they're trying to spin, trying to discredit that sighting over there? I thought that was a little weird, especially the kids. Like I said, the kids' description, Angel's description of the alien doesn't look anything like it. And you guys said that it was somebody else that came up with that footage.
Apparently, it's an old video that looks like the Avatar character.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, what the hell? And now it's just gone completely viral. I've seen it across, I don't know, but every social media now. I glance at Facebook every so often. I don't use the platform anymore, but I've seen it across Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and I follow quite a few YouTubers like Carl the Crusher. His work is pretty darn amazing. He's another one of those researchers where, like, oh, he's just discovering this, what we discovered a while back. And that's the great thing, too. Seeing my son, he discover some of these UFO cases. Dad, have you ever heard about Betty and Barney Hill? Yes, son. A long time ago. One of the most famous UFO cases. Yep. Do you know about Bob Lazar? Yeah, I know about Bob. It's just fun seeing him discover the same things that I discovered a long time ago. I don't know. I can't get that Robert Bigelow interview out of my head where the lady asked Mr. Bigelow, what do you think? What will happen with the human race when we finally get contact with aliens or something like that in the future? She says. I mean, and he just smiles. He has this little smirk, and he goes, you just need to look. Well, the answers are beneath your feet. I think he said something to that effect. And I thought that was quite the thing to say. For those that know me, I'm a inner earth believer. And I don't use that word belief a lot, but
Inner Earth or Hollow Earth? One of the same
hollow
thing.
earth. Hollow earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like it has some merit to it, if you think about it.
Well, yeah, like I said, to me, it's a numbers game. And when you have that many stories there's so many of them that talk about these cave systems. And like, I just posted a video there the other day where archaeologists found another cave system where it had the same qualities and traits that were discovered elsewhere around the globe, where they describe it's a vitrification of the rock, basically. And this is underground. And Dolores Cannon talks on that as well. The vitrification in certain areas at these megalithic ancient sites. She, talks about how that happened. And I thought that was absolutely fascinating. Another one of those theories that coincide with one of mine, of these ancient cultures coming up with this technology and literally going to war with each other between what was it, Atlantis and Tartaria, and there was another culture that slips my mind at the moment. But they talk about this war between these two factions. And and she even brings that up as well, with the genetic manipulation in ancient past as well. If you notice ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, they show these weird, hybrids of. Well, there was a weird time where she was explaining that, where they messed around with genetics, and that was one of my theories as well.
I mean, that seems to be obviously apparent, as far as genetic manipulation is concerned in the past.
Yeah, like I said, but then dive back to these cave entrances. What she was saying is, she described, or not she, within this documentary or video that this guy presented, they all described the same thing, how the floor is smooth, the walls are smooth. And for a cave system, that's, what I mean, unheard of. You're going to have stalactites, stalagmites, either or, some kind of mineral deposit building up over time. So that's what makes these certain cave systems stand out from the rest, type thing. Even Mammoth Cave, I think Mammoth Cave is like over 600 miles of explored cave systems. And spelunkers seem to think that there's another 600 miles uncharted. So that cave system is double, and it just hasn't been explored yet. I found that absolutely fascinating as well.
Yeah, it takes some big balls to go down there for that distance.
Yeah, I'm not getting in them tunnels. No.
we might not have a choice in the matter. Ancient civilizations went underground for a reason. I mean, you hear about these other researchers talk about the Younger Dryas event, the sand waves in the Sahara Desert. I remember seeing, I forget which scholar was on Joe Rogan, but he was talking about how we see these I call them sand waves. But there's something you see as you're walking along the beach, as the water laps up onto the sand. You'll notice the sand makes little wave formations. Well, if you look at the Sahara, those wave formations of the sand are massive. So the amount of water that had to have been moving over the surface, it must have been catastrophic. And that would explain why the damage on the pyramids of Giza are localized to a certain point, and all of the casing stones are gone. And at the very top, some of the casing stones still remain. So it's kind of a weird coincidence. I come across a lot of coincidences.
How do I sound? I just heard that robotic sound coming out, so I might have some internet issues.
You're good, Zim.
The
I think it's just too loud.
I had the I was doing some electric work for a guy who's working for NSA and was in Antarctica describing the glacier issues. And I had just watched a Graham Hancock thing, Ancient Apocalypse, and he said, look, his conclusions, you don't have to agree with his conclusions. He said, every glacier melt is catastrophic. He said, it'll take stones and send them uphill for hundreds of miles, thousands of miles. And it works like both a vacuum cleaner and a squeegee across the surface of the earth. He said, it's always, he didn't say cataclysmic, catastrophic, always. So everywhere on this planet at a certain point, these kind of flood waters, it isn't water. You think of water, it isn't the water. It becomes a moving dam of stone that just scrapes the surface. That's very damaging. So yeah, those pyramids, if they're older and they've survived that kind of thing, and these, not just the pyramids but all the megalithic structures, that's why it's the only thing remaining, because they were bigger, heavier stones or buried already, or it's very puzzling. It really
You
is. That's a long time that we're seeing recorded there.
you bring up a good point, because up here in Canada, Ontario, Canada, where I am, that's all we have is the Canadian Shield, and it starts in New York and goes all the way to where the North Pole is now, type thing. And you got to picture 3 miles of ice that's 3 miles high, scraping along the ground. If there was a civilization there, that ice would just erase whatever was there. So, and like I watch. Back in the day, I used to watch a lot of Gold Rush, and those gold miners, they dig down to the bedrock. Well, up here in Canada, we build on the bedrock. It's just there. It's on the surface, type thing. So that's something that I looked into for numerous years. Geology is a hidden passion of mine. And once you start looking at the rock, man, it tells you a story. It's just a matter of you trying to figure out how to read that story. Like, give you a good example. I have a chunk of the Canadian Shield in my backyard where it's just a big rock that sticks up out of the ground. But you can see the erosion patterns where something was there dripping on it for a very long time and created this channel in the rock just by natural erosion. But there's nothing on top of the rock. So, and there was another spot on the exact same rock where the granite has been rolled as if somebody dumped a can of paint on it, and it started to slope down, with gravity, started to slope down. Well, the rock has rolled, and it looks like it's landed and splattered. So this is at a point in time in history where there was molten lava flying throughout our atmosphere and landing in random spots all around the globe. So it gives you that little picture of into the past if you're able to, like I said, able to read the rocks. they can tell you one hell of a story just to see those rolls and the liquid, like that rock was liquid and splattered and landed on this shield. And absolutely fascinating shit once you start looking into it.
Yeah, so I'm kind of stuck on. So I'm believing in evidence of non-human intelligence. I'm pretty much that's where I believe that's happening. And then the idea that people get inspired by it is part of it, and through our consciousness. What if this whole nuclear thing is, bit by bit inspired by some malevolent non-human intelligence? What if the end time here that we're facing is because some evil shit is putting shit into people's heads and putting things together and building toward a cataclysm from it? You know what I mean? It's so easy for us to go, "Hey, man, yeah," and then he he gets this download from these friendly things in the universe, and all of a sudden he's curing a cancer, and this other guy's figuring out how to weld and inside the human body, and this is their belief system. Well, what if it's the other stuff too, man? What if we've been downloading a lot of deadly things?
Well, it makes you wonder too. I mean, if that's the case, and there's some sort of control like that, that would explain some of these crazy shootings.
Well, they do talk about that in the past. What I heard this from a lot of researchers and scholars, where they say every 3,500 years there was a pole shift, and now it's been over 7,500 years since our last pole shift. Well, they also say at that time frame when it was 3,500 that it happened like clockwork. Literally every 3,500 years there would a pole shift would happen. And now, like I said, my theory, I think there's something inside the earth that's stopping it from happening, because that would be detrimental to their experiment. If you have an experiment, if you're a scientist and you have your petri dish and all of a sudden you have your clipboard in your hand and you turn around really fast and knock that petri dish off of the table, there goes that experiment, right? It's all over the floor. You got to start from scratch again. Well, Dolores, she brings that up because a lot of people asked her, she goes, is there an alien race that's going to take over the earth? And she goes, no. If they were going to do that, they would have done it a long time ago, in which they did try with these two factions. And that's where we have this ancient evidence of the vitrification of rock and the finding of the xenon particle that was also found on Mars's atmosphere as well. But there's evidence within our ancient history that a nuclear event happened, and that just keeps on coming up again and again. And same with on Mars. They were able to isolate the even area where this airburst hydrogen bomb went off in the Mars atmosphere. And this is like hard data, scientific data. And same goes with where the xenon particles were concentrated was over the Cydonia region on Mars. But it's the same with NASA. I think they leaked out a little too much on that article where they talk about the largest body of water being on the inside of our Earth. So when you take all of this hardcore science and mix it in with conspiracy theories, man, like I said, the puzzle pieces start to fall together, so to speak.
Well, yeah, it's not even like hints. Even it's just like, okay, well, much like a lot of the conspiracy we talk about all the time is it's right in front of your face. You know, truth is right there, and It's literally it's written down even, Just have to pay attention.
The thing I can't figure out though, what's the deal with the masks? I get like politicians and diplomats, they need a doppelganger. I mean, that's old news. I mean, Hitler had a doppelganger. Not like a spiritual doppelganger, like somebody that looked like him. You know what I mean? A lot of these dignitaries,
Yeah, like body doubles and such.
body doubles, exactly. That would be the more proper terminology. But you see the mask thing brought up again and again, and when I saw Biden pull on his lip, and I'm like, ew, that guy has shitty gums. Like, you know what I
Yeah, you
mean?
can afford better.
Yeah, like what the hell? And it was just like a scene out of the movie They Live. I'm like, what? This is just weird. And when you're
Well,
watching it on film, go
and you've
ahead.
seen that live TV, right? Even with his
Yeah,
ears and stuff, like it's just like it's gotten stuck. His little mask has gotten stuck.
yeah. That's the aspect I can't figure out. Who are they? Why are they wearing masks? Why do they look like that? It just spawned so many more questions. Like maybe, like what? There was somebody that brought that up in our spaces here, actually in one of Logan's spaces, where they talked about the movie Time Machine, and it kind of made sense in a weird way. And Dolores Cannon, within her research, she says basically the same thing. Like a lot of people say that as well. They go, when will humans become spacefaring? I'm like, well, that's humans are already are. We have the tall
Yeah.
or the Nordics. The only difference between a Nordic is what they have: blonde hair, blue eyes. They live to about 800, 900 years due to technology, and that has been brought up time and time again, right? And I keep on thinking, well, we keep on forgetting about that. And look at Linda Moulton Howe's work on Earth Files there when she was talking about the secret space program. Uh, Roscoe Hellenketter, the name of these ships where they're piloted by the Nordics and also have regular humans on board as well. Not just that there's about 3 different races on these ships. And yeah, when she broke that story, I was just blown away that, wow, this, I known about the secret space program, but I just didn't know the depth that us regular humans were involved with. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to imagine there's plenty of regular humans even now involved with it. And if if we've been spacefaring species for you know time immemorial, as well as our advanced or previous advanced civilizations that have come and gone, um, at some point this planet's been reseeded, or maybe it's not where we started, and we've lost that history.
Yeah, that's why I made that tweet yesterday. I highly recommend everybody check out what Dolores Cannon has to say on those 3 topics: life and death, aliens, and consciousness. I mean, this old broad, she pretty much buttons it up and puts it all together and serves it to you on a platter.
Yeah, I found myself, I've tried to deep dive into just about everything, and because through my own research, I'm trying to piece together different things, and it's all tied together. It's just finding those missing pieces.
Exactly, and that's why I'm hosting the space on the theory of everything to figure out those answers, man. I've gotten a few of them figured out. Give you a good example. I'm pretty sure we're all familiar with David Politis from Missing 411. And for years within in his research, he had people coming up to him, you know what's going on, you're just not saying it, you're beating around the bush. And I think finally, David Politis, I think in his last, I don't know if the documentary's out yet, but it says Missing 411 in the UFO connection. And this dates back to with the deal with the Greys, and what was the president that they made the deal with, where they allowed to be abducted. I can't remember his name, but the rumor is that he said, all right, take people from national parks, it'll be less suspicious. And when I first heard that, I'm like, oh my God, this correlates to David Paulides' work and would make sense why we have these strange disappearances. And yeah, once you find out those two correlations, not just national parks, people have been abducted throughout time. And but it's these genetic experiments, which I don't think there's nothing nefarious. Sure, being in that situation would be what's the word I'm looking for? Detrimental to the mind going through an experience like that, or come across threatening. Obviously,
Yeah, but
if
it's
you're
like,
being
but what's the? Then you got to figure out what's the significance of that. And I mean, if they've been doing this forever, then why do they have to keep doing it? Why the abductions and the constant experimentation? If they've got to have a huge data set by now, you know. So
you'd
what's
think,
the end?
yeah. And that's the hypothesis on the cattle mutilations as well. I thought maybe the reptilians are just hungry. They, take a cattle every so often. So what's the big deal? But yeah, you make a really good point. Like, how much data do they need? You know what I mean?
So it's not a data gathering experiment. That's not what would be. What it is a relationship. Now think of it that way. Sit back and say, what is a relationship between us and non-human entities that people are missing and animals?
Is this the interdimensional?
Well, this is a dysfunctional relationship that we have.
Well, you can't deny that. That's for sure. But Zim, what are you getting at? What's that missing piece there?
If that's all true, the abduction thing, where people have memory of it, that might be something different. But missing people and mutilated animals, that's something that isn't worried about your rights and your future. It's a relationship. It is a predator prey thing, man.
Right, but I don't understand too. Like, especially with the mutilated animals with missing organs, why not just take the whole damn animal? Like, why do you gotta transport or beam out just certain organs? Is it's like a delicacy? I don't know.
Just because it's non-human entity, non-human intelligence, and has power that we don't understand and capabilities we don't understand, doesn't make it superior. It's not some moral superior, and it's not something that doesn't waste things. It's something that has power. Don't we understand power? What do the powerful people do to the non-powerful people here? Oh, that's all. That's the story of our lives, right?
Yeah, power. Yeah, power is in all things, and yeah, we tend to do terrible things when we obtain that power. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, and we justify a lot of things in the name of power. So, I mean, it's not hard to describe certain motivations to aliens or interdimensional beings. Just uh, like as a supposition, or with their own motivations, and sometimes we do things that don't seem entirely unrelated, or like what would possess you to do that. But we have a long-standing history of doing the most depraved things as well. So I don't know. It's a lot to think about.
It's satanic.
Oh,
Or it's ritualistic, demonic at the least, I think. That's my opinion. And
my
it's
views.
experimentation too. That's all right. Hey,
So,
good
so
morning, everybody.
Sorry, Casey. I totally,
Oh,
my
my
views
favorite
have
morning
changed on
buzzword.
that. My views have totally changed on that. Honestly, I don't think, and this is coming from a paranormal researcher that's looked into parapsychology for a very long time. And right now, again, I hate to bring her up. I agree with Dolores Cannon. Sorry about fucking bringing her name up so many times, but she says there's no such thing as demons. And I came to the same hypothesis back when I was in my 30s, before I was 35. And I noticed that demonology has its origins coming from the Catholic religion. And
No,
that's where it
no, no,
starts.
no, it doesn't. Tuli.
You don't
Demon.
think so?
Well, listen, the Greco-Roman world,
Yeah.
demons were the god. Everyone respected each other's gods. Each town had their own gods, and they called them. It was with an A added to it, demons. It was, in all of the ancient texts, um, call them the gods, or gods with a little g, or demons. It's what the Catholic, the Christian church is based on. Hey, those aren't God.
Oh
Creator
yeah.
God, divine God is different, and they're going to be giving you trouble. They're not the thing to make a deal with. You respect God, holy God, and it'll be better for you as mankind or as an individual, and you'll be protected. XXX. So they didn't invent the word demons or the concept of that is the most natural, most prolific religious experience that goes all the way back to every religion. It's always a part of all of them. So, but I get
Oh,
what you're saying, modern version of demons, but to say there's no such thing, I'm telling you guys,
well, it's our
non-human
concept of them.
intelligence is demon, but it's what from points of view. It's
Yeah.
it's from a point of view. The idea that you go, they're angels or demons, that is a more of a Christian Catholic point of view. Like it's either good or bad. Well, how many things do we know that are all good or all bad?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, like I said in the past, man, the power of belief is a very strong thing. And when I researched NDEs for numerous years, the small handful of near-death experiences that stood out to me was where the culture had no concept of religion or Christianity or any type of religion for that matter, but yet they described meeting a being like Jesus with the same appearance and the same descriptions. And I thought that was absolutely fascinating. So the next question is, well, okay, maybe one of these religions are right. Not necessarily. It's the power of belief that keeps those spirits alive on that. Let's just say, if we're breaking it down to a scientific explanation, that you like going back to the hippie talk of raising your vibrations, your frequency changes, and this and that. At the point of death, the frequency of your physical body definitely changes. The energy, the electrical system leaves that container and goes on. Because you hear about that a lot, how there's the spirit and the soul. Well, one of those things is your core consciousness, and one of those things goes on and gets reused as the spark of life. And like, I'm not the first one to say this. A lot of other researchers also are on the same level with that explanation as well. But with the research into the afterlife, working with numerous psychics over the years, it, this seems to be an ability, because I hated that, seeing paranormal researchers come across something with red eyes. Oh, it's a demon. Oh, we need to go get the Catholic Church or the Christian Church or whatever the scenario to exorcise this demon and this and that. But once I've come down to the realization that shadow beings with red eyes, it's not a phenomenon in by itself. In my hypothesis and conclusion is this is an ability that you and I can learn if we decide to stay and not cross over into the ether, cross over to heaven, or whatever your beliefs are on the other side. So this is an ability that we can learn, can project ourselves as a pinpoint of light, project ourselves as a shadow with red eyes. Like another psychic that has a good vision into that world would be the Dead Files. And I've seen her work cross-reference, not so much cross-reference, coincidences have been discovered within her work compared to another researcher's work as well. What I mean by that would be another psychic, a medium of some kind. And just finding those similarities is, like I said, there's a lot of people in these communities who say there's no such thing as coincidences, but I come across a lot of coincidences within, like I said, all of these topics, from aliens to the afterlife to ghosts, demons, like, you know what I mean? So my point being is they all have the same thing, or saying the same thing. If demons are real, they are not a part of our dimension. Let's just say that. But like I said, the power of belief is a very strong thing within cultures and societies. People are raised to believe that we're individuals right at birth. Meanwhile, that could be farthest from the truth. We are energy beings that you hear hippie talk about that all the time, how we're all connected. You know, you have that feeling when somebody's watching you, you turn around and your coworker's staring at you funny. Jim, what are you doing? You know what I mean? We're all connected in that frequency of existence. And the way I described it one day, I go, look at the afterlife as if it's an ocean. We're all a part of that ocean. We are the ocean. Now God comes down and he scoops a little teacup full of that water and he pours it on the earth. And now you're human. And that's one of the reasonings that tether is disconnected. That's why sometimes we can't remember. But sometimes, you know, God's been a little tipsy. It's a rough morning. He spills that cup and he dribbles it from the ocean to earth. And that's where you get these indigo children, not just the indigo children, but people throughout time remembering their past lives and past life aggression therapy as well. So, but in order for somebody's mind to wrap around that, like, you would have to buy into the theory that of reincarnation. And we know there's quite a few societies, religions that don't buy into that. So it makes you wonder how some believe this, and there's evidence to support reincarnation to a degree. But then we have these ancient history of covering this up type thing. And I think there is something there. There's been a cover up to keep us, you know, in a certain type of belief pattern.
Yeah, if I can interject,
Mm-hmm.
that is the, sorry, just hit the bonk. That's the dark force convincing the world that it doesn't exist, right?
Exactly. The greatest trick.
And I did it. Yeah, the greatest trick the devil ever did was to convince the world he didn't exist, right? That's my point. Like, that's happening right now. I think that we're on the verge of an awakening. I know everybody keeps saying that we're on the verge of an awakening, but it is. There's evil, and that evil experiments on us, takes advantage of us, uses us. There's an evil and there's a good. There definitely is.
We're
I
definitely on
think
the
I
verge of a
triggered.
giant mindset.
Hello? What? Logan?
Oh, we're definitely on the verge of a giant bomb phase.
I'm perpetually on the verge of a giant bomb. It's almost 4:20 West Coast time. Good morning.
Yeah, we got 10 more minutes.
Thank you
It's
for the clarification. It's almost 4:20.
It's
It's
almost coffee
4:20
time.
everywhere. It's almost second cup time.
7-Eleven for me. I got about in 45 minutes.
Right. I realize it's not yet 4:20, guys. Thank you.
It's always 4:20, man.
Yeah, there you go. You know, what is time? Time is relevant, right?
As long as you keep positive aspects within your mind, a positive outlook, doesn't matter what you're going through in life, man. Try to roll that negative shit off, because I've come across Skinwalker Ranch really opened my eyes to this. When that cow died, and the veterinarian said it was stress-induced pneumonia, I had to do a deep dive into this, not realizing that just stress in your life could kill a person. And I thought that was absolutely fascinating. And like I said, I hate echoing her name, Dolores Cannon. Take a look at her research, and she explains a lot of this to you. We've seen a lot of her clips on Twitter and whatnot, talking about how if you harbor, negativity towards somebody, like, oh, that idiot at work, or that has ill effects on the human body. And like I said, I'm going to start trying that now. Be open-minded to everyone's theories and opinions, obviously, and not, become defensive and go, hey, I disagree with you because of this, and this says this, which we have seen. But for the most part, within these communities, I've been really impressed. Um, Another good aspect I'd like to bring up. I'm a video gamer. In the video game Call of Duty DMZ, they have this thing called proximity chat. Now, for the most part, there, a good 90% of the time, I'm able to talk my way out of death. Talk to the person that downed me, that basically killed me, but he was able to bring me back up. Now, you're probably wondering, George, what does this have to do with anything? Well, to me, it says a lot about the person's character. One, it's a video game. Who cares if you die or get killed by another player? But when they have compassion to, like, not shoot at you and, bring you on their team, or I've had games where it was 3 teams of 6, where if I turned in the wrong direction, I could have shot one of them accidentally. But we were all working together as one big team. And to see that, it's a very fascinating psychological thing to experience. Because like I said, it's a video game. The guy could shoot you, and there is guys that do that. They don't even loot you. It's a looter shooter. So, but there's guys that'll just go out there hunting people, and they don't care about your dog tags or what gear you have. As long as you're done and out of the game, they're happy and on to the next player. But to see those other players, to show that level of compassion within a video game is an amazing thing to see and be a part of, though.
Is it 4:20?
It's 4:20 whenever you want it to be, Logan.
Oh, really? I want it to be 4:20 right now. What do you
Why can't it
have
be
to say about
4:20
that,
whenever I
Stephen?
want it to be? I just get all the corrections. Like, we go around the room saying what time it is where we are.
That's true.
7:15. As I'm packing my bowl.
Logan, you're not even going to smoke a bowl, so why?
Zip, 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 zip it. Zip it good. Zip, 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 zip it good, please. Please don't. Zip down some of that honey. Zip, 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 zip it good. All right, we've lost one, two. All right, now we're moving. All right, let's try it one more time. All right.
20 bitches, Stephen. It's 420 bitches. Stephen Greer says, spark up those joints and get down on some of that chronic. Whoop, whoop.
All right, you made it through.
He looks like a little reptilian, Stephen.
Thank you, is up there. Didn't they say that like earlier for me?
I can't hear you, Logan.
You're muffled.
You can't hear me?
Stop eating your mic.
Hey, thanks. Okay, can you hear me any better now?
You sound muffled.
Dang it, even still?
Better.
That's probably because I have my big headphones over my earphones. But I don't see my caption. Oh well. There you are.
I could see them.
So, let's read Jono. And Jono back. Tulai. There you guys go. You guys make a perfect team. I don't think they could hear me earlier, though. At least I don't think anybody can hear me. Something's wrong with my thing.
Oh, I hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now? Okay, cool. I feel like playing some guitar, but it's so fucking quiet. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna play some like fucking James Blunt or something.
I'm sorry, I got a call from the wife. I got to take those sometimes.
Oh, you have a wife that calls? That's fucking crazy. I mean, like when your wife was a girlfriend, did she call you more?
She's in Portland, man. She's going to be heading home today, so we're going over the routine.
I've been listening. Hey, Amira, tell me about yourself. It's nice to be in a space with you. I've seen you before.
Yeah, I
Mine
kind
too.
of go.
Oh, can you believe it? I still haven't paid my bill, Amira.
Why? Don't you pay them online? Why does it take that long?
Because I didn't start.
I don't know what you want to know about me.
You're gonna have to be more specific, Casey.
Oh, I don't know. Just greeting new people that I haven't talked to before.
So yeah, what life decisions have you made, Amira, that brought you to this place today?
I actually slept at nighttime and I woke up early in the morning. Now I'm cleaning, trying to put a chair out.
Good morning, everyone. I wanted to get your opinion of the Pentagon whistleblower that had said that the Vatican had assisted Mussolini with extraterrestrials. I just wanted to hear your stance on that, because there are differentiating opinions saying, oh, this particular whistleblower is inaccurate, or just obviously making stuff up, or it could actually be legitimate. And I was just curious on your stance on that.
The actual thing is that the Vatican helped secure the craft itself to be turned over to the Allies. The Vatican was in Italy and has a government within the government of Italy. The Vatican also had influence into the occupied German nations, right, or the occupied Europe. From what I understood ahead of this, I used to hear that the Vatican helped secure the deal that we call Project Paperclip because of having people on the ground throughout Europe. But it's all speculation. But that's what a person that's had your highest access intel has said was happening, and he was cleared to talk about it because it's public knowledge. It had already become public in the 90s. I believe it. I think the Invisible College is a real thing, and that from what I understand is almost all Catholics with access to what they call the Vatican Library. The popes in the last 100 years, and this is from 90 years ago, have said a lot of things that are indicate that they have some secrets that they hold and knowledge that the general public doesn't have. So it could be tied to the whole Axis powers, showing a cooperation with Axis powers when they were occupied, which is what the church has to do because otherwise they would not exist. There are thousands of years now. You're not always the emperor when you're the church. So what do you guys think?
That's really fascinating. I hadn't heard about that, or I hadn't heard that much about it. That is really, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. You stay the church in power, you defend and manipulate the stronger, in your opinion, side, right?
Well, you got to survive. That's one of the problems with everyone with these churches, etc. They're appalled at the, hey, where's the justice? They're keeping secrets, and they're judged their own within secret panels that are judging them. And with the priesthood, it's always brought up, but it happens with all religions, really, as organizations. But unless they're trying to take over the world and be the government, they have to have a cooperation set up with government.
Maybe it's coming up now in conjunction with pedophilia, with a pedo ring, pedo collusion, and that.
There's a lot of history of that stuff too, but the secret meetings and the keeping of secrets among their own as a religion, as my opinion, I'm from outside the Catholic Church. It's I think they've got the Catholics itself. My opinion is they have a real problem with the idea that their priesthood has to be sexless and unmarried and all that. I think that was just brewing for problems. And yes, it's pedo, but it's almost as looked down upon to have a normal, loving male female relationship between adults. They treat that the same as the pedophile. Now think about that. That's what's considered ethical, and it just made it grow, I believe.
Dude, it's just like we were talking about earlier, John. I remember it was like or I don't know if we were talking about this, but I forget, someone said something like oh, it was I think it was Dan. He said something like oh no, it was you, Mira, wasn't it? Like today's generation.
Sorry, I'm
You said something.
eating. Hookup
You said something like,
culture.
yeah.
Yeah, I find younger people are into hookup culture.
I know reading Dune several times, the full series by Frank Herbert, one of his themes was, I mean, the storyline takes over thousands of years, but there's these cultures and these cults and religions, and one is the Bene Gesserit, and they talk about they have memory that goes back, to call it ancestral memory, and they talk about the Jesuits being one of the best at merging into societies without letting the society change them. Instead, in a very like Gandhi-ish way, they merge, they remain, and they change the society from within. They become part of it, and that's what I think. Someone was bringing up the Jesuit branch of the Catholic Church in relation to what they were just talking about, and they're saying they're probably the ones that were holding the secrets. But I believe the current pope was a Jesuit, and it was that they've had a minority or a majority. It was for a long time a minority that had voice within the Vatican. So it's a mentality to survive long periods, that church is going to adapt and survive. But what are the core things they hold on to? That's the big question. I think it's that it's Christ as Savior, and Christ, the story of Christ and God, and what we're taught. You know.
I have never watched or read Dune or any of the Dune. And the other day I just watched Dune, the newest version. And I think that this is going to be better. This is going to be better getting this first experience being an adult and understanding, like, there's so many movies and works of literature that I just never appreciated because I couldn't see them through the eyes of a grown up. So this is going to be really fun watching that Dune. I'm excited.
The problem with the newest version, this is like the third version, and
Right.
the problem is it's action driven, and there is so much cool action, but you're missing so much. Like the character of Duncan Idaho, he's the one that the guy who played Aquaman played, the warrior guy.
Yeah, yeah.
He's such a deep character, and it just seems so shallow in the movie. You know what I mean? It's just like,
That's
look,
true. Yeah.
he's a fighter.
Well, if I enjoy that, I probably would read it or, like watch other versions of it.
Yeah, the
Yeah. I won't rely on the modernist remake to give me the the
It,
true
but it,
story, you know.
but it's good. I mean, I'm not saying it's just like this is something that is so deep that just only seeing it from that point of view, you only see the cool action. But you'll like the people that travel, it shows it like the people that travel star system to star system, they're using this sort of psychic ability. And then they have this whole history. He has this whole history of the world that happened that is almost legend to them, where they went against their AIs, and they're the remnants that survived, and they call it like the Butlerian Jihad, and it's only legend, but that's why everything they even their ships kind of mimic animals. Their airplanes look like insects. They mimic creation instead of just computer. It's a whole so many philosophies built into that stuff. And Frank Herbert was a genius. Literally, he created the super tanker in a 1950 book, and the Japanese people who created it tipped their hat to him and said this was his idea. And he was talking about how literally the whole Dune story was a prediction on what would happen in the Middle East. But the difference is, like, Osama bin Laden was Saddam Hussein in the Dune storytelling, where he took on kind of the religious mantle as well as being the guy, controlling the army and all that kind of thing. Um, it's so good, but it's so dry. A lot of people just can't handle reading that kind of stuff.
Well, I haven't even been able to get through Growing Up Meathead in the last year, so reading has not been a strong strong driver for me lately. But when I do read, I read like, whew, I go through phases.
Yeah, I think that might be more telling about the bad author than the reader.
Oh no, because also The Man from Hightower is in my room unread. I got them both at the same time. Like, I'm gonna read a book, and I just haven't been able to drive myself to that obsession. It'll come. It'll happen.
So that guy Cormac McCarthy, the guy who wrote No Country for Old Men and The Road, he's very celebrated writer. He passed away.
Awesome movies.
Yeah, I know they were great movies, but I'm watching like these guys into scholarship of more modern. Anyway, people are like, "Oh, he's a terrible writer. He's so overrated." And it's like, dude, this is eulogy time. Chill with that. And then the next guy, but the opinions of readers, educated or not, man, they go up and down per writer, right? I mean, you got to kind of personally connect.
Hey, Zim, I had a funny thought on the way home. I like to, be a troll in the flat earther spaces every so often, just ask a question, then leave type thing. So, but I got to thinking, I'm like, wait a minute, what if they're right? And we're right as well, believing that the world is round, but we're just on the inside of it. I know it's ridiculous, but I thought it was kind of funny how the thought came into my mind.
Isn't that the firmament? The ocean and space is connected.
That's what there's a conspiracy theory on that as well, which was Jacques Cousteau. And I saw the video where his submarine was bouncing off of liquid. And apparently that's what caused this huge cover up. It was his discovery. So I don't know if there's anything to it. Lately, I just pour the whole salt shaker in my mouth, but
Well, don't they drain in the water to go to space?
they sure do. and used the Vomit Comet, which is a AC-130 that's there's a story about that one too. One of the AC-130s that they use, that NASA uses, well, the inside of it looks like a chunk of the space station. Suspicious.
You had me at chunk.
I know, right?
Oh, did anybody else have any thoughts to Kristen's question?
Well, one big thought is if they were aware of non-human intelligence with technology, if the Pope himself, there's a letter signed by the Pope tied to transferring this stuff. If that's accurate and that's true, and this is the source we have here, I don't think we've had a person like this at this level saying this kind of thing. If that's true, the Catholic Church has been sitting on a pretty big story for 90 years.
And the Smithsonian as well. See, that's another one of those connections we just made, Zim. the church, exactly everything you just said. You know, we would have to have that form of control over the societies worldwide. And what better way to do that is to use world religion that has the most followers, so to speak.
Doesn't the Vatican have giant reptilian statues?
There is so many conspiracy theories going on over there. The archives that they have and the knowledge that's in that archive is pretty extensive from what we've been hearing over the years.
There's a lot of architecture that people are questioning. There's this big church cathedral that from the rear it looks like a snake eye thing where when you stand at a certain spot that points to the tip, and that's where the speaker would stand, the Pope or some preacher. There's also people go to Revelations, and in Revelations they speak about the beast will take over the church in the end times. And there's a lot of people point there, and then they point at the Catholic Church. It's kind of also what has spawned the whole Jehovah's Witness religion in the 1900s. They predicted that it was about to be end times, and that the church was going to be taken over by, Satan, whatever, the beast. And then that's why they call their churches kingdom halls instead of church. It's because it's supposed to be a tribulation time since 1900, according to them. But their first prediction didn't happen when the people that put this religion together keyed on a certain date, and it just never came. And so this tribulation time is the reason for the phrase kingdom halls instead of churches, and that they believe that the original Christian church has been corrupted. And there's so much to this stuff that it's if you throw in an alien craft that's been in their possession 90 years ago, it shakes a lot of stuff loose that you have to look at twice, that you could have easily dismissed before as conspiracy theory and wackadoo religious stuff, you know?
All comes back down to the lizard people. You see a lot of that symbology within a lot of religions worldwide, where it comes down to a snake, a lizard. Like, why did they have these carvings? I've noticed that too. When David Icke first talked about it, I thought the guy was nuts. But being a MUFON researcher and interviewing a lot of these experiencers, even at that, we didn't even I personally didn't come across any of those cases. So when I first heard David Icke talking about it, I'm like, this guy's off his rocker. But once you start looking at ancient history and ancient cultures, like, why were they carving little statues of lizard people? I think there's something to it. Like, there's truth in our history. It's just a matter of finding it.
And it's snake that so walking, talking snake with feet and hands probably is who's talking to Eve, and it's about having the knowledge of good and evil like God does. I mean, knowledge, so much knowledge, gnosis, no, gnostic, right? And that that's the original sin, right? But it's the temptation from the serpent that then gets cursed to slither as part of it. So if you can combine that to the chronologically, supposedly the oldest book, right, in the Bible, it's about having this serpent that has this vast knowledge of good and evil that's saying men should look for this, and then you'll be just like God, like a God unto yourself. And that's the sin. So that's one way to look at it with that serpent thing. And then if you again, if you look at to tie that to a technology, that's a creepy idea. And then a lot of stuff like what Casey was bringing up about, these these evil rings, that human trafficking, all that stuff. It's overwhelming.
You know what I was just thinking about? Megafauna. Like, what if reptiles actually were much larger and had more power and psychic abilities? Like, what if that, and then they just, like, as they, whatever, reproduced, they just got smaller and lost all their power. Stoner thought, sorry.
Well, no, you're not too far off.
Hello?
Sorry, the story about Mel's Hole, that was, and Twitter's doing the mute and unmute thing. Damn it, stop it, Twitter. Talking about the shamans going up there to explore Mel's Hole to find out if there was any validity in behind the story. Long story short, the reptilians saw the astral form of the two shamans trying coming down the hole, ironically enough. And I've heard this story before where they can see us doing astral travel or astral projection in some shape or form. So I thought that was a little fascinating that they can see that type of energy. You know what I mean? Because even remote viewers have, there's a few remote viewer stories where the reptilians look at them while they're remote viewing and they know they're there. And that story has come up again and again throughout time as well.
Yeah, definite fascinating thought train. Like almost everything that was known on Earth was grand and gigantic, and like, you know, and just over time it's gotten smaller and smaller and weaker and weaker.
What's the same as the story with the giants, the giant humans? They get bigger in the past and they get smaller throughout time. I've noticed when you come across and research just that topic alone, it's kind of fascinating. I think the last encounters was the cave system in Utah, where the Inuit tribe, not Inuit, Indian tribe there. I can't recall the name at the moment, but the last encounters were about 9 foot. But further back you go, they get to heights of 12, 13, 15 feet. Humans that large, and it makes you wonder about the theory of the old petrified trees that are around, where they say what Devil's Rock used to be a tree. And scientists, I looked into it. I couldn't find any validity into it, but there was a rumor going around that Devil's Rock they found stone root systems. But that, I don't know if I put too much into that story, but nonetheless, it is fascinating, Devil's Rock. That the theory that it could have been a tree at one point in time in our history. Which was used in Counters of the Third Kind, the movie.
Have you seen rocks that look like old creatures? There's a huge rock that looks like a giant snake tail. I can't hear anything, but I see your audio.
Oh, I can hear you. I'm just getting ready for the work day here.
It's actually surprisingly quiet for this morning.
It's almost Friday.
Almost doesn't count. Let's see if anybody down here wants to say anything.
I wanted to make a skit of that, like a live version of a Twitter space. So picture in your mind, we're all standing in a black room. We're all having a conversation. Then all of a sudden you hear that noise. Boo-doop. Somebody standing at the door, staring in the room, looking at us all. And we all stop talking. And they're just standing there. All right, I'm Out of here.
That-
Then you see them disappear.
They'll just turn to look and they disappear. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, everybody in the room stops talking. It'd be pretty funny if it was a live action type thing.
Yeah, well, I'll have to, Logan, next time you are hanging out with the boys, we'll have to set something like that up.
Yes, I had the thought in Discord. Discord was the same. We were sitting there, have some pretty philosophical conversations, and all of a sudden you hear that notification that somebody came into the room, and then we all stopped talking. So I just picture in my mind this person standing in the doorway, just staring at a group of people, just standing there. Yeah.
Yeah, I love those awkward moments.
Yeah. Or if like this was take for instance, like we're all sitting here quiet now, but we're all doing something, at our homes and shit. So it's not like we're just sitting there.
Well, hey, I'm sure there's a couple people who are just sitting there. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Is anybody
They're just
talking?
staring off into space.
Yeah.
They're like that guy at the door,
Yeah. Yeah. Just waiting for his chance to speak.
Yeah. Well, Michael's brought up, so he doesn't have to lurk in the doorway anymore.
Yeah. Come on in, man.
I just wanted to
Okay. So, hold on, just before you go, if the Twitter space was a dining table, everybody just stood up and walked away from it.
I just want to basically also bring up that there's also ties of the Vatican basically helping the Nazis and Pope Benedict being a young Hitler youth as well. So basically, there's more deep than what you think it is.
He raised a good point. Actually, I was going to bring that up earlier, but I had gotten pulled away for a phone call.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what, with all the looting and plundering that they did come across, what happened at the Vatican? Like, did they make it that far? How come there was no stories of them, clearing out the archives?
Well, that kind of makes you wonder too. That Gnostic guy that he kind of looks like an emo goth kid on YouTube, Morg. Like he was on some AMC freak show.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, I know. I used to follow him. I still have him on YouTube. Yeah, Morg. Yeah, that kid's got some.
He's got some
weird,
really interesting theories.
Weird that he shaves his eyebrows, but he's got some really interesting insights as well.
Yeah, I have him on Twitter here, but he stopped posting in 2020. So I don't know what that's about. But he does, and he postulated that it's this new church is actually run by the devil, and I don't know. You've probably seen a lot of his videos. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, I don't doubt it for 1 minute, because I've heard the deep conspiracy theories right now is like back in the day we've known the Freemasons as being world leaders and whatnot. Well, now from what we're hearing is there's a war going on basically between these secret societies, and there's this new demonic, if you will, society that does weird stuff that nobody really talks about. You really can't Google them, who they are, or we hear about some of their actions within society and whatnot. But this secret society is pushing those other ones out of place, in my opinion. And I've heard that within the Masonic communities as well, that we're being pushed to the side by something else. So I thought that was quite interesting. Then there's other people out there that'll be like, no, it is the Illuminati, is the satanic cult. So people have different opinions on that specific topic.
Are you a Mason?
No, I come from a family of them. Yeah, I come from my father and grandfather was. I almost did, but my ass is broke. You got to pay an annual fee to be one. So in that regards, no. I'm considered as a Cowan. If you know the terminology of a Cowan, that would be me. That's kind of like a Hell's Angels hang around in layman's
You're
terms.
a groupie. You're a
Yeah,
groupie.
I've been following them pretty closely in the history of them and whatnot, and it is convoluted within the Knights Templar and that connection between the two. There is a gray period there, so I'm skeptical of the Templar Knights being a part of Freemasonry, even though that's something we've all been led to believe. But I could be wrong, but just seeing some of the evidence out there doesn't make it so. Kind of like I'm a believer in Inner Earth, but I have a hard time buying Admiral Byrd's diary just because there was so much either misinformation or its origins, where it came from in Peru, not Peru, somewhere there in South America.
You know, it's interesting because I've had, quite a few random thoughts, or we've talked about different concepts like hollow earth and the earth being bigger than it is. And, there's been theories about the earthquakes. And if you look at the tectonic plates, if you look at the whole like Google Earth, and you can see the undersea ridges, they talk about Pangea, but let's say that the earth is actually growing to make more room for hollow earth. And maybe that's why it seems like everything's splitting up. But it goes in that theory with there's actually a larger Earth too. It all kind of just ties in until you get bogged down by the details. But I don't know. It's interesting thoughts. And I put up on the Jumbotron. I put the Morgue Official page on YouTube. So if anybody wants to dive into the conspiracy theories of Gnosticism, go right ahead. I'm about to eat one of the expired factory meals. Wish me luck.
I find it fascinating that Freemasons are in like places like the CIA and the NSA and the military, and that the secret part, whatever, is tolerated. It's just like, I guess you could say the same thing in the old days. They would steer clear of having Mormons or Catholics in positions of authority. So maybe it's like part of that. You can't be prejudiced against religion, blah blah blah. But I find it fascinating because where are your loyalties in these positions where you're supposed to be keeping secrets for the nation? That's your goal, blah blah blah. But you're part of a society of secrets, you know.
Bacon.
You can smell it.
We're connected. No, I can hear it.
I've got nothing to do with the Freemasons that I know about. I've literally had weird kind of supernatural things like pointing towards the Freemasons recently.
Oh yeah, there's different factions though, eh? There's many different factions of Freemasonry. I'm just saying there could be some weird nefarious shit going on within the Freemason order. but it's also different factions. Like, it's a common misconception that there's no women in Freemasonry. Well, there is. In these other factions, there is women members. So, you know what I mean? There's a lot to consider there. It's kind of like saying, "Oh, I was with." That might be going too far. Uh, there's good people and bad people in every type of thing. So, I'm just saying, from what I've seen in these factions, uh, there, in my opinion, there was nothing weird or nefarious. These are just outstanding community members that like to help within those said communities. Don't get me wrong, at the higher levels, there might be something else going on there. But even at that, I've talked to 33rd degree Masons, and we've had some pretty amazing conversations. And it seems to be that the old ways are getting thrown to the wayside, is the vibe that I'm getting. And it's something else is coming in to replace them. And that's where I came up with that idea that just seeing the rise of all of these events, the way not just the U.S. government is acting, the Canadian government and a few other governments, it just, I don't know, man. It's a little weird.
Oh, I have no problem blaming Canada, as it were.
Yeah, you're in Canada too, John. I'm just, what? You're near Toronto. I'm up in Bracebridge, cottage country. Not too far from you.
Anybody else want to pop up here?
I'm quadruple tasking here. I'm getting some texts, that very weird stuff going on. Yeah, well, Tula, that sounds all well and good, but the stuff I've had happen coincides with my experience I had 2 weeks ago. I had Mason just drop by a little bit ahead of that, and kind of a couple other things that were almost supernatural happening to me tied to them. I had nothing to do with them, I thought, but I'm starting to realize a bunch of the people around me do. And then I had I don't know. It's too creepy to talk. It's too crazy. It makes me sound crazy to talk about it, but I'm talking direct supernatural stuff pointing toward Freemasons. That's what I've had happening, and I just don't understand it because I don't know enough about that stuff. But like you said, I think it might be if there's something like that going on, it might be that there is a real, what we would call supernatural or psychic or that kind of thing happening tied to the phenomena that might be connected to me a little bit. I don't know.
Well, Jim, is there anything about that you'd be willing to share? What's gone on in the last 2 weeks, as it were?
I had we were sitting around the fire, and my friend that I've known for years was telling him about these other connections to it, and they UAP I saw, and he said, well, his father was a high level Mason, and that he was on the outs with him. And this guy's always had some weird stuff happening around him. And as we're talking about it with my wife there and his wife there at this fire pit, in the sky, it's a blue sky with like wisps of clouds. The cloud right above us, kind of shaped into a sword. And this is a point after I've already been wackadoo talking about the orb I saw a couple nights before that. And then beside that, it looked like clouds kind of formed into the double diamond shape, sort of. That's the Masonic symbol. And all of us got floored by that. And I didn't even want to look at it.
Sorry, I was chewing there. I was gonna say it's literally staring you in the face.
Yeah, and it sounds so outlandish. And then you're like, didn't you take a picture? I don't think I took a picture. I was repelled by it. I didn't want to. It was just too much for me.
Well, you're just gonna probably encounter much more of that in the near future. So I guess now is a good time as any to get used to it or get comfortable with it.
Hey, I'm hoping it's a benevolent thing. If it's a real thing, if it's just my piecing the wrong things together, like us conspiracy theorists do, all the better. But I can't embrace something that I don't know what their ideas of right and wrong are. And that's always been I was asked about years ago, and I was running a big electrical job. I had two guys that were brothers. We brought them in from out of state. They were helping me, probably my right hands on that job for a while. And they kind of approached me about it. And I'm like, I've never been like a union guy because we had a family company I grew up in. And I'm like, I don't follow leaders that I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't do that. And that's the first and that's the beginning and end of it, of these kind of situations. I can't imagine that. And especially if there's some sort of catch-22 where you join in, but you just take your orders from on high. And if you get good, you get to know what they're really doing. No, I'm not joining that. So that's how I feel about it.
I think I'm right there with you on that. If it's all that extra cloak and dagger and you don't know what you're actually getting into, that's kind of, it could be kind of alarming.
So let's list the things that we know are cloak and dagger, deliberate deception things. One is our government, our elected government. Two is the intel agency, this international Five Eyes post World War II intelligence gathering, intelligence creating agency. These are all people that just openly acknowledge, well, we've got our own agendas. We're going to tell you this, and that later we'll tell you we were telling you something wrong back then, but then you just go along with it because that's how this works. Then you go to these churches, the Mormons, then the Scientologists, the Catholic Church is openly admitting that they have all these secrets, I mean, how many of these things do I need to be under the influence of before I'm saying, no, I reject all of you. You can't do that with me. You're not teaching me. You're not pushing me. You push me, I push you back. That'll be our relationship, you know? That's my nature.
What if you join the fraternity and you start from the bottom and you rise through the ranks and you're grandfathered in, and then from there to the highest position known to the public, you're cherry picked and asked to do something atrocious, and you'll be rewarded with power.
Well, part of that, what happens, Casey, is no one does atrocious things. They do things no one does. Well, healthy minded people don't do it. They do things convinced that it's for some greater good. All right. And what they do in these kind of organizations, that the ones that they pick to do it, they've been, if you're in an organization like that, they know who plays ball, who doesn't, who follows blindly, who questions. So that's, by the time they pick that person to do that, they've already passed the tests, you know?
In that same vein, though, what would be more alarming is to be part of some sort of their prophecy of one of these secret groups and not wanting anything to do with them, but somehow being caught up in that.
I think you're given the dilemma. Commit an actual atrocity knowing that you're committing an atrocity, or perish.
Isn't that a test in itself? I wonder if you don't actually perish.
That's funny you say that, because people have been perishing an awful lot lately. Like, at an alarming rate, wouldn't you say?
Oh no, I definitely agree with that. And that is, it's probably the scariest thing that's going on in, well, one of the scariest things, Jesus, going on modern times right now. And it's all part of some ridiculous plan that we have yet to understand. Did you get your morning bowl in yet, Casey?
I heard that, but I was in the other room. Yeah, I'm getting myself out the door. No, morning bowl's already smoked away and tucked in for the day. Time to get to business time, work life. And I'm like 13 minutes inside of my 30-minute work cushion, so I feel like I'm behind schedule.
Well, it has been a long few days, so.
Speaking of deception of the government, do you guys think that the tape of the 1997 alien interview is basically going to be used as deception? Pretty much that it said that the Congress member actually has been received a tape of that, and it's unknown what's going to happen.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be used in some way, shape, or form. But I think they know more than letting on to the general public.
I remember asking Whitley Strieber about that. That entire footage, we haven't seen all of it. Because I remember seeing back when Fox Network was still up and running and they had UFO shows back then in the early 90s. He said his exact words, he goes, "This is just terrible. They're treating it like a piece of cattle." So what else was more in that video footage? And I remember his words. He's saying, if this is a fake, they know exactly what they look like. And I always thought that was interesting. And being a MUFON investigator, that is the description we get, or we got all the time, what we see in that video. And I thought it was very compelling to hear Whitley Strieber say that. So years later, long story short, I got a hold of Whitley on Facebook, and lo and behold, he replied back to me. And I asked him, what you saw in that video, was it a lot longer than what the public was shown? And he says, yes, there's a lot more to that video. We only seen, the longest clip out there is not very long at all. So, and to hear his words saying, if this is a fake, they know exactly what they look like. I've heard that a few other times from a general that saw the reptilian photograph from a game trail camera. And I still have that photograph. I've sent it to a few people over the years, being in these Twitter spaces. But the general said those exact same words. He's like, if this is a fake, they know exactly what they look like. And this 4-star general was the guy that brought his wife down into one of the underground military bases where he was working to show her one of the reptilians that they had down there. And I thought, this, like I said, I've heard that numerous times from other people that if this is fake, they know exactly what they look like. Those words ring in my ears, if you know what I mean.
You have thoughts on that, Michael?
I have a feeling that it might be used as deception, because I did add a thread, as you see, into the middle, but I did add some of the interview stuff from the video onto a thread in there. But if you think of it from the video, basically it goes back and forth of people saying it has to be fake, it can't be real, and other people basically say it's real. So they're basically using that video as something for down the line of something like, as we're seeing right now, actually happen, of things coming out to use as deception, possibly.
Go ahead, Rabbi.
Hello, hello. Hearing the guitar?
Yep.
Hey, Gravity.
Good morning.
Looks like, hey, Rabbi, haven't heard from you in at least this space. Go ahead and say what you guys say.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to know your thoughts on Disclosure 2.0, the Stephen Greer, Stephen Greer press conference a few days ago.
Poor guy. I think it's like he's fighting a one-man battle. That guy's been through a lot, man. I remember the first disclosure when the Boston bombing happened. All eyes were on Stephen Greer, and then the Boston bombing happened, and then everybody forgot about him. So I don't know, man. I think he's fighting a battle where it's just him. It feels like it's just him standing on the battlefield, if you know what I mean.
I understand what you're saying. Do you mean 9/11? I believe the Boston bombing happened years later. It was 2001. May 9th, 2001 was the original Disclosure Project.
I think so. I recall him being in Congress at the time, and then that event happening. So this is not his first time up in front of Congress. He's been there. Well, we all know that. He's been there numerous times. So, but I do recall those events coinciding with each other. And a lot of people were speculating at the time that, they did that specifically to take, look over here, don't look over here type thing going on. And we do see that type of coincidences happen quite a bit.
So let's get our timelines aligned if possible. He did the first Disclosure Project May 9th, 2001. September 11th, 2001 was, of course, the attack on the United States. The Boston bombing happened in 2013. Are we talking about a different Boston bombing?
I think so. Well, it was with the race. There was some foot race going on, if I'm not
So that's the
mistaken.
Boston Marathon bombing. That happened in 2013.
Yeah. So there was
that's
no Disclosure Project running at that time?
no. That the Disclosure Project took place 12 years prior. But you're absolutely right. There was an event that dislodged some of the momentum that he had, and that would have been 9/11.
Ah, gotcha.
I'm in agreement with you. It seemed that he was picking up momentum, picking up steam in 2001. And then once 9/11 happened, everyone forgot about UFOs for, perhaps almost a decade. I'm not saying everyone did, but it was certainly something that was off the radar, because certainly after 9/11, then you had the Iraq War, and many of the proponents who were perhaps pro UFO disclosure were also anti-war and were busy, obviously, doing what they could to get the United States out of that war. I will say, Dr. Stephen Greer has he in my mind, and I have felt this the entire time, he's a hero for the disclosure movement, and he gave up his job, a professional job as an emergency room surgeon, giving up really a really nice salary in order to take on something that at the time was extremely taboo. And I can say I was going through a phase of my life, uh, like in the late 2000s, so like 2008, 2009, 2010, where I was watching a lot of documentaries. And I was at least uh, I don't know what you would say, but I was like anti ufology. I didn't really think that it had too much basis, and I saw the Disclosure Project, and it changed my mind completely. That one press conference changed my mind. I posted it. I shared it with my friends. I made my family watch it. Now I know he gets a lot of criticism in the current day and age because he takes like $5,000 to drive people out to the desert and look at the stars, basically. Uh, those people are willing participants in that. He isn't necessarily guaranteeing that they're going to see aliens, and he has to pay for many of these projects that he has undergone. I mean, particularly, he gave up that huge paycheck and perhaps parts of his pension in order to ensure that he could continue this. So, in my mind, he's a hero. I think Disclosure 2.0, in my mind, I mean, I've watched it like 3 times now. There wasn't anything that came out of it that was so mind blowing like it did the first time, in my opinion, because I have already been swayed to being very pro disclosure and pro ufology. So there's not much more he could do. I do think perhaps it would have been more beneficial to have more speakers. Some of the speakers went for a little long and didn't necessarily disclose anything groundbreaking. But overall, I thought that it was important to have Disclosure 2.0 so that Disclosure 1.0 wasn't just sitting there. And as like an archive, it shows that the movement is still continuing. And I hope it does continue. I hope it doesn't take another 22 years to have Disclosure 3.0. Frankly, I hope we don't have to do that. I hope people start waking up to this subject because it is very important. And with that, I'll take the room's thoughts.
Kick these nuts.
One of the interesting things, at least from Disclosure 2.0, and I'm still digesting it. I haven't really focused on it. I've just kind of had it on in the background. But some things that I've heard, at least one of the people disclosed that there are some really interesting aspects of Antarctica in this, which of course we know. Anyone in ufology knows that, like the Nazi programs and the Allies programs for Antarctica and what we've been doing there. But one of the things that I found interesting was how the some of the labs are powered there. And one of the people said that basically it's against the Antarctic Treaty to have a nuclear power to power all of those buildings. So they're either doing it against the Antarctic Treaty or they're using some other type of power station. Um, I think it's very interesting that we do have an entire continent. Of course, it's in the remote regions of the world, but it isn't necessarily explored to an extent that I really think it should be. It's interesting to me as well. We don't fly over it in order to get from one area of the world to the other. I know that there are reasons for that, but I don't always necessarily understand them. So, for instance, if you wanted to get from like Buenos Aires to, um, like and perhaps like Australia, going over the pole at some points might be beneficial, but it's not done for whatever reason there may be. I understand temperatures, and if you had to get a um, if there's a crash or something like that, it would be quite remote to be able to save anyone. But there's just a lot of secrecy involved in Antarctica. And then one other thing that the person disclosed was that there was some kind of station there in Antarctica that was like a UFO, um, like flight organizer. I don't know really how else to describe it. Uh, It's very interesting to me, though, all the things that are going on in Antarctica, and with what Disclosure 2.0 was. Oh, one last thing, one final thought I thought was interesting. One person asked, Dr. Stephen Greer, do you think that the people who've been hiding this deserve jail time or any kind of punishment? And as he said, an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. And I would I'm interested on the take of the room. Let's say disclosure occurred today and everybody knew what we know. Would you want those in power to face any kind of prosecution? Thank you.
That's one thing as well that I always found weird is that Antarctica is basically like off limits in areas by the government. As well, that was Project High Jump over in Antarctica.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should be held responsible. I think that it's been pretty dangerous to disclose what's actually going on. I think that's why I think if it does get disclosed, I don't think anyone should be held responsible. It's more security issues, right?
I'm in agreement with you, and it would, realistically be hundreds of thousands of people over the course of decades. And if you were to punish those, it would be a lot of people currently in power. And just imagine they elected you president and they briefed you on it and they said, if you tell anybody about this, we'll kill you. Well, your life is already threatened in one way, so you basically have to keep this secret. And so I think a lot of people are certainly compromised. Some things that I would have liked, ideally, everybody wants a body of an alien or the spacecraft that we can actually study. We didn't get that. What we did get were some stories of military personnel and their experiences. I really thought it would have been interesting to perhaps have some of the people who were involved in the Disclosure Project the first time, the only person to be in it the second time, and kind of see what had changed in their life or if they stood by their stories. There wasn't any of that. The only person that, to my knowledge, who was consistent was Dr. Stephen Greer. But something that was just raised in Operation High Jump, that's the Admiral Byrd missions to Antarctica. And if you've ever heard some of these, there's this one interesting story. I don't know how much credibility it has. I've only heard it a few times, but essentially one of the missions was to fly over the South Pole, and he was in a plane. Admiral Byrd was in a plane, and as he approached the South Pole, his compass started going in all kinds of directions, and he no longer had control over his plane as he once had at the beginning of the flight, and he went over this ridge, not of his own power of the plane, but it was almost like a guiding force that was bringing him in. And all of a sudden, it was no longer the frozen tundra or ice glaciers of Antarctica anymore. It was like a green pasture, and there was some kind of alien life that was down there. And basically told him, don't talk about this. And they had him turn his plane around, and he was told never to talk about this anymore. I find that story to be interesting. I don't know how much credibility it has, but Antarctica is just filled with secrets. It is the coldest planet. It is also the driest continent. It's the coldest continent. It's the driest continent. I believe it's also the windiest continent. It has a lot of extremes for us to study, and nobody really gets to go down there. I've actually known two of my friends who have been there. I know one who actually was at the Ross station. This was many years ago. And then I know another friend, his parents went down for a cruise down there. But so I know people are starting to go down there more. Does anyone know, or has anyone here been to Antarctica, or do you know anybody who's been to Antarctica?
I know quite a few whistleblower stories. Well, not quite a few. Aside from Linda Moulton Howe's work with Spartans 1 and 2, talking about the Black Obsidian Pyramid 3 miles below the ice. It also reminded me of Aliens versus Predator. I thought those two correlations were pretty funny, and how the movie came out before these two whistleblowers. But not just those. There was other stories of a radar operator knowing about this entrance that they call a no-fly zone, or an air sampling station, to keep their aircraft out of that area where this giant opening in the ice is. And there's quite a few stories, ironically enough. Honestly, I believe the Antarctica holds the key to a lot of these conspiracy theories. I'd go there myself, but it gets pretty cold.
Yeah, my great grandfather, he founded an airway. It was called Pacific Airway, and that turned into Air Canada. And I have like family passed down stories of like him flying. And when he was flying, he flew all over the world, right? But he said that there was certain areas in on Earth, like the vortices. He's like he didn't say that that's what they were called. He called them ghost islands, and he said that when you would come into these areas that you're because he was flying pretty much mechanical planes, but your instruments like your normal you couldn't tell where you were. So he said the only thing you could do would be to drop the plane down right down to the water, and then to fly pretty much on the water. And then at that point you would end up, because your compass is spinning, at that point, the only way to keep direction would be to do such a thing like that, right? Would be to fall down either above or below the clouds to kind of see where you are. But from what I gather, he would go low, and then he said that there was he called them ghost islands, and I don't know how true this is, but I I wouldn't doubt it that there's islands in these places, like something like they would call it something like High Brazil, like just an island somewhere on Earth that we don't even know exists, and maybe there's more than one of them, right?
Hey, you have anything to add to that, Gravity?
Maybe somebody should ask Buzz Aldrin again, under oath.
You might risk a strong right punch to the jaw like Bart Sibrel encountered.
No, I mean under oath, where he can't punch anyone out.
I think that's what Bart Sibrel was trying to do, is make him swear on a Bible, essentially, at least to be able to, if he lied, to be able to try him for perjury. But yeah, it's interesting.
No, he was trying to catch him in a doorway. I'm talking about actually having him at a hearing. You know, that type of thing. That whole thing that happened with him was really, really curious. The whole scenario was really curious for that, like basically that couple years. Not just him, just all those people that, some of those people did not necessarily have to go down to Antarctica in order to complete their objectives. Matter of fact, it's like really, since it's really dangerous to go down there, there was like an archbishop that went down there. The guy's like, 90 years old or whatever. And the excuse that they gave for this gentleman to go down there was absolutely ridiculous. They could have sent somebody else from the church down there to do exactly what was supposedly supposed to be done. And that's the kind of stuff. Those are the circumstantial, that's the circumstantial evidence that, you can kind of pull together and realize that some of the excuses why some of these, some of these folks went down there doesn't make any sense. There seems to be some other thing going on. And there's a lot there. I mean, it would make a great movie. Which X-Files movie was it And where were they in the icy area of the Earth when at the basically the apex of the movie, this huge mothership comes out of the ice? I want to say it was the first movie. I mean, I'm not kidding, you know. Somebody was actually writing that movie and knew a little bit about this, possibly this type of situation with Antarctica, long time ago. Way before it became kind of a more widespread topic of conversation about, secrets down there. But then again, the Admiral Byrd situation could be a really great movie too.
I'm in agreement. So you have Roald Amundsen, who was the first person to make it there, and as I understand, claimed a lot of it for Norway. And then you have the Antarctic Treaty that splits it up like a pie. It's very interesting that basically the only people allowed there are scientists. And I've heard some really there's like the Ernest Shackleton story of survival. Basically, they've tried to have livestock um, the the land that is there. That was that was unsuccessful. They've tried to plant things, that's unsuccessful. It's such an extreme. There's that ice wall there. There's also stories of in Roman times um, of, and this gets into some fringe theories, but basically there's the pre-Columbian exploration of Earth. I've always been I'm sorry, of Earth, of the New World. So I've always been an advocate that perhaps people from Phoenicia have, because of their ability to navigate, made it to the New World. Also, Romans perhaps could have done it, and the Chinese, I think, almost certainly had done it. Yet we give Columbus the credit, though. I mean, even before then, you certainly have Leif Erikson and those explorations. But one of the interesting ones is that the Romans believed that there was some kind of ice wall down there, and perhaps Roman ships had uh, explored that far south, and there's just nothing really there for them to be able to there isn't anything with sustenance there. I find it just fascinating though, and why we have Google satellite view. There are some places on Earth that are not in HD, and Antarctica is one of them. To me, it would seem like that would be one that you'd want to have in HD, simply from the fact that no one's going to be able to go there and see it for
They don't
themselves.
want it to be in HD, and someone doesn't want it to be in HD. There are areas that you can't even, there's nothing to see. And, the way that our track record as far as like trying to occupy other people's areas speaks for itself. So within that treaty, there's a certain area right there that apparently no one civilization or nation is allowed to own it. Well, who's making that rule? And why is that rule in place? And how are they upholding that rule? How are they holding power over a human leader? That's curious. And nobody talks about that too much. But that's what I'm talking about. Circumstantial evidence. If you just pull some of the things together and you hold that against excuses that people can come up with, the situation is stronger than the excuses or the reasons. I don't, there's a mystery there. Somebody's holding something and we don't know what it is.
I'm in agreement. I think that Nazis were certainly interested, and I think all people were interested in that area specifically because it was much easier to find meteorites with it being black on a white sheet. But I think that there are perhaps a lot of secrets underneath that ice. Lake Vostok is there, to my knowledge, that holds perhaps life underwater, that's frozen under like miles worth of glaciers. And I think it's also very interesting that at one time it did not Antarctica did not have ice. I mean, there have been periods on Earth of global warming where it was its own continent. And what kind of secrets are beneath all of that ice? I've heard that there perhaps are frozen UFOs in the ice. That's one reason they don't want people to know much about it. But it's interesting. We don't really learn too much about it in American schools, to my knowledge. And whether it's in an elementary, a middle, high, or even at university level, I don't know if there are many college courses that offer anything on at Antarctica. Really, the only way you get there is to be a scientist, and then if you're familiar, those labs are really pretty close to the ocean. One other thing that I find interesting, there's been a new definition. So when I was a kid, there were 4 oceans. There was the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian, and the Arctic. But I believe sometime after 2000, a new one was categorized, and that's the Antarctic Ocean, now I think known as the South Ocean. That wasn't really a huge announcement. I think there are a lot of secrets that perhaps could be going on in the South Ocean. One other thing, when I was a kid, and the idea of the giant squid was something of a cryptozoological being. It was not seen as anything serious. But then there was evidence of these giant beaks inside sperm whales, and people wondered from where those could have come. And then eventually, there were certainly stories about giant squid in that area of the world. Then eventually, I think the Japanese film crew finally has evidence of one. There's a lot of things down there, and I'm saying down there, both in the water and at that part of the world, that could hold many different secrets. Yet we aren't told about it. We're not educated about it, and I think it's a shame.
Yeah, I find it really interesting in the public school system that they just kind of gloss over the Sumerians. They don't even talk about the cuneiform. They don't talk about the stuff within the text that basically describes this planet in a certain order that you would only know if you were actually coming here from another place. It's accurate. And also, how about that ancient map that's accurate, but it describes Antarctica as green?
With humanity having the type of technology that we do, particularly in terms of satellites, I'm just I don't know who you would call on, but to me it would just be Google, or someone who has like Google Earth capabilities of those satellites to be able to get HD pictures of that. And like has been stated, they don't want that to happen. I'm surprised as well that Google hasn't had some type of project, some type of rover. I mean, here we are saying that we have rovers on Mars, yet we haven't even used a rover throughout the throughout our own planet to be able to map that accurately, and to produce photographs like a street view.
Great point, Rabbi.
Thank you.
Great point.
Thank you. And I feel the same type of project could be done for the world's oceans, and it's not done as well. Why are we? I'm not saying we shouldn't explore other planets, but we should explore our own planet first.
You ever wonder if James Cameron actually saw anything down there? Then he's not talking about it when he was doing that exploration.
It's very interesting to me, the idea of commercial submarines and like Voyager Deep and all of that. I don't know if he necessarily knew anything, but I find it interesting. The people who are interested in submarines, I really find this interesting that Ghislaine Maxwell, if you know who she is from the Jeffrey Epstein um, story, she has a submarine license, and she also started a not-for-profit to something about like to protect the world's oceans. But the idea that there are commercial submarines that people can purchase You used to be able to find them in like sharper image and things, and to be able to explore on your own. Basically, once you have enough wealth, the sky's the limit, but also the ocean's depths are the limit. And I don't know what James Cameron perhaps could have seen there, but it's quite interesting to me that whenever we do any kind of exploration on the ocean floors in remote areas, we find all kinds of new species. And it's like, well, we should be discovering these things. There should be more projects to be able to do this. I mean, I'm sure Google and other tech companies could create a rover to be able to explore the Earth's seabed, and it's just not for some reason. It's intriguing to me why we don't.
You saw that, I don't know if it's recent, I'm pretty sure it is, submarine down there, scoping, and this craft zips by.
I have not seen that. Do you have a do you know where I'd find it or what I'd Google to find it?
I don't have a link, but I recently saw it. A lot of people did. The thing that zips by seems like tapered, on each end, and it like a kind of a soft diamond kind of situation, and it zips right by the camera. It's crazy.
While we're discussing some of the secrets at the South Pole, I think some of them, perhaps not as many, exist at the North Pole as well. And that's
There's-
another thing that people don't really discuss. To my knowledge, the North Pole is technically over ocean that not occasion, but like freezes annually. So it's not necessarily over land like it is the South Pole. But I'm someone who is just, again, fascinated. Why don't airline companies fly over the North Pole to take a shortcut? If you need to go from Russia to the United States, it seems like it would be a shorter route. I don't understand why they don't utilize some of these aspects.
I guess I'm trying to really hold back from making a toy factory joke. Well, I guess I just did.
And that's basically all we know that they say is up there. I mean, and I know the humor that is involved, but it's as if the powers that be don't want us exploring our own planet. They don't want us asking questions about it. And to me, those are the extremes of our world. Those are the places that we would want to explore. We'd want to explore the bottom of Mariana's Trench. We'd want to explore the North Pole, the South Pole, and it's just, keep consuming, obey, and buy, and don't necessarily learn and educate yourselves.
Why don't we explore and do a little more research on the Baltic Sea anomaly?
Can you be more specific? I may not be as familiar as you are with this anomaly.
There's a thing on the bottom of the Baltic Sea that looks extremely non-natural, and it looks like the Malayan Falcon just like sunk, and it's just right there. And apparently, I've heard rumor that it actually has emitted some sort of frequency, some kind of wave. But I don't know if that's a rumor or not, but I do know that it exists, and it's very, very peculiar.
I heard that as well. Not just there, but the Bermuda Triangle. And the rumor is that the same gigahertz frequency that's being discovered at Skinwalker Ranch has been discovered at the Baltic Sea in other locations as well. I thought that was kind of. I'd like to look into it to find out if there's any more validity to that.
Corroborate that up. Yeah, Rabbi, if you just look up on Google Baltic Sea anomaly, you'll find it. It's
Excellent.
fascinating.
Thank you. When we're talking about interesting places, so at the bottom of water, there's been this theory. I mean, this is a fringe theory, but I mean, you can only watch enough television and get bored. So I am fascinated by fringe theories. One of them is CERN is a cover for essentially a world government, and in order to basically, like, you've got the electron the electron accelerator and that aspect of it, but there's another part that allows you to take a tunnel from like Geneva, Switzerland, underneath Lake Geneva, and there's actually um, some kind of building that's underneath the water, and whether there is or isn't, it's interesting to me that many glacial lakes, like Lake Geneva, Lake Tahoe, may be much deeper than they are stated to be. I'm not exactly sure why they would lie about that and not tell accurate facts, but that we have to, since none of us have the tools or equipment to be able to um, uh, proceed that far into the water, we have to take what they say are the depths as canon or as being accurate. But there are some reasons to doubt that perhaps the lakes that they state are the deepest in the world are actually not, and many alpine lakes, many mountain areas are much deeper. And the reason why that would be is because the amount of the height in the valleys basically fill up with water over the course of many years, and create perhaps really deep lakes. And one of the things is that powers that be know that nobody's going to be able to get down there, and it's a wonderful cover story, at least CERN, to be able to say, oh, I'm an engineer, and you go to CERN and nobody questions anything. It's a very similar strategy that was used with the Manhattan Project in New Mexico. You just basically tell everybody that you're an engineer, and nobody's going to question it, because engineering is, it's a respectable profession, but also people don't usually delve too much into what engineers do. And so you can say you're a scientist at CERN, and nobody's going to question it. They know it's it's very advanced, and it's a great cover story. Has anybody else heard that CERN might perhaps be one of the centers of the world, at least the world government?
Nope, not new to me.
They also say some interesting things about CERN as well, that it can create a black hole, like artificial black holes, that perhaps destroy the entire world. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. I have not been to CERN. I have been to Fermilab, which is a particle accelerator in the Midwest in Illinois. And at least from that aspect, it didn't seem so secretive. I mean, I had professors who worked there, but that doesn't mean that other people couldn't perhaps work there and just be using that as a cover story. I find these places to be very interesting, and really, I think also CERN is now creating a larger particle accelerator than they already have, which is quite interesting to me as well. I see we have a hand raised. Cryptic Cyberworld, please go ahead.
I imagine so. Like that place might be a black. They're creating like black holes or simulating black holes to understand how different, protons and neutron stars collided, but that obviously they don't have stars. They have small little particles. They smash and they accelerating and smash them together. So try to mimic the same idea of like the Big Bang of the existence of the cosmos. So with that type of energy and that type of equipment, they're constantly crashing atoms together. You're vibrating to a frequency that you're not, maybe the system not been designed for, and sometimes people do say that there are things, random things that do find doing maintenance to that type of systems and equipment. But like that place is so humongous. So when they had to smash atoms at a speed that, is faster than light, it kind of questions like how much that system is generating so much energy to to make that happen. So, you could have those kind of like, anomalies that sometimes is normally not. It doesn't come up, but like sometimes things could come from different dimensions. But that that type of new system, it's kind of like still brand new. We don't know a whole lot about it. We're still learning about like particles, semi-particles, particles that glue like other neutrons and stuff like that. It's so interesting that every time they start doing experiments, they constantly find a new a subcategory of what could be possible. So, and that's like technology is still like so new and so fresh that we're still tampering with technology that really is above our knowledge of exactly how everything works. So that's silly in that little location, but like imagine other locations like the Bosnian Sea, like the gentleman's like that place is like, nobody knew there was like going to be things down there, and then that place is just so a little bizarre and has like a weird frequency like Skinwalker Ranch. But like those frequencies, like it has to be, naturally or probably was engineered to a certain point. And that seems a little bizarre. But we're doing kind of the same thing at the CERN with the Hadron Collider. It's like we're creating a artificial black hole, and obviously a black hole, whatever it sucks in, it goes to somewhere totally different that we don't have an idea is that. So if we're we're constantly doing research into things that is beyond the unknown, that's kind of the same idea like the black hole does. It's like things that we don't know, it's beyond our sight of understanding. So it is kind of weird that we're tampering with new ideas, with new tech that might surpass our knowledge of what could be possible and what cannot be possible, and how you could define this reality of plane of existence. So it's kind of interesting how they have this system that is so massive, and they have the urge to create another one even twice as big. So I don't think that might be too good, especially how fast that machine is going and how much energy that thing soaks up before they can actually figure out any they find anything out of their test. But I think that's just still like we're entering in a time that we're so curious, and technology is moving at a scale so fast and so quick that we try to implement this on a greater scale, and it's like a little kid playing with firecrackers. We don't know what happened, and we might just pop a firecracker in our hand unintentionally because we try different things. So I hope that we take things step by step and understand what kind of things are happening in this universe. Because if we go too quickly, too fast, we might find ourselves in a situation that we didn't want to find ourselves in, intentionally or unintentionally. But yeah, that technology is still pretty fresh and pretty new, and we're just too curious to understand what could be beyond our sight.
I love it when Stanton Freeman says that the kids have found the matches.
Most definitely.
Rest in peace, Stanton Friedman, man.
Do you feel as if we are gaining leaders in ufology or losing them at a greater rate?
Ooh, good question. Um, I'm old school. I'd have to say we're losing them for sure.
I think we're getting more because I think that as more as we capture videos and UFOs and new anomalies in the air, the propulsion systems on these aircraft really throw people like I swear sometimes some of them are cube shaped, some of them are like they disassemble and they make more. Some of them just make like portals in front of them and just like I don't know, warp drive or disappear to another dimension. I think more people are more curious because the technology isn't the same all the time. It just constantly changed from from sighting to aircraft and from the sky to all the way to the sea. They're all unique how they work. They're kind of similar, but not all of them work the same. So I think more and more people are getting more intrigued because the technologies that these aircraft use isn't isn't like not all the time are they the same. And so like I think the idea of like seeing something that like really stands out from the other like any other type of sighting, a lot of people are more intrigued because they're like, wow, like I haven't seen this before. Like that's crazy. Or somebody who's really more like religious and biblical, they probably get stunned what they ever saw in their in front of their eyes if they do see something extraordinary. So I think we're getting more UFO people who are more genuinely curious and also think about it like this time of like century our devices of recording like our cell phones or just day-to-day electronics are advancing really good. So when we do see these events that um you know that it's a random and we see something that really like surpass our imaginations that could be possible, we're able to record it and we're able to record it in like these events and we can share it to the public to every other. So I think more and more people are getting generally more curious about these type of phenomenons that happens in this world. And I think when those phenomenons do occur, I think there's more how you say they're more intrigued of what if is possible, and I think that's where more UFO uh, 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 you know uh, more UFO kind of individuals are more intrigued. They just want to see more, and I think they just fall into the big the big hole of they tumbled into the big hole of knowledge and what if and possibles. So I think there's more coming in now. I think more and more technology is being advanced into the space that is able to record stuff. More people are be generally curious about it.
Yeah, I think the more that the curiosity increases, that we are going to pick up more ufologists, and plus we still have our Dolans, and we still have our people who are pretty legit. We have our James Fox. We have a lot of people actually. So I can only imagine that the as the interest picks up and spreads, that we will pick up more serious investigators as well. Even though we're losing some really important figures. Yeah.
I find it interesting when the White House press secretary was asked about this recently, she deflected the question to the Department of Defense, which is fine. It's one of her jobs to be able to deflect some questions. But then it's like, who do you ask the Department of Defense of the Department of Defense who's going to be able to give you a straight answer? They don't have a press conference on this. It basically, um, it's difficult to get any answers out of the government, but it wasn't laughed off like it once was, where they would say, "Oh, like little green men, popping out of a saucer." No, it was not. It was at least at least it wasn't. They didn't make a joke out of it. I find that to be at least a small positive in the entire disclosure discussion.
Even if NASA is playing this middle game of look what we just found bullshit, at least some of this stuff is actually like being addressed in a serious manner, like you say. The other thing is apparently, well, it's not even apparent, it's obvious. There's a ton of fragmentation that needs to be cleaned up, and who knows if it ever will be completely.
Do you think that the more we start understanding about UFOs or more contacts that we encounter, the more the more sightings that we capture in our devices about these events, would there be a time that when this information or this we have enough proof that comes out and present that there is a type of a life form that's able to communicate with us, if they're from close by or far away, when the day that happens that brings some proof up, that will make NASA look like extremely dumb, retarded, in a sense that they always said that they couldn't find life, and if the life they find is microscopic, bacteria from other planets and other like materials that they did in their research. But like when it comes to like full size life that able to communicate with us and interact and kind of be on the same scale of intelligence or even for past us, the day that we record all this information and we have contact, NASA will be in a situation like, what's up, bud? You said that life couldn't be even, we were like the only life would be around us, but obviously the proof is in the pudding. It's in the capturing of these contacts. So, like one more thing, it's kind of weird too. Like I think a lot of people so far saw that video about Las Vegas, how that crash happened in like this backyard of this family, and they call the police, and they basically saw two alien figures in the backyard. And when I heard that story, it got me really intrigued, because if they're saying if these aliens are like, they claim that there was two entities or two aliens in the backyard messing with a tractor because they want to know, they probably would try to get out of there, or they probably genuinely curious what was going on. They said these things were like 10 foot tall, big eyes, and a big mouth. That really like kind of made me scratch my head a little bit, because mostly all the time they talk about aliens or entities that they are tall. Majority of the time they say the mouths are pretty small. They got big eyes and mouths are pretty small. So when they have a big mouth and have big eyes, that really made me scratch my head. Like, what kind of like different alien race have mouths that big that's the first thing you can actually spot on that alien and describe it over the phone and be like, yeah, these things are huge as hell, got big eyes and a big ass mouth. That's pretty like intriguing, because most of the time people make reports about aliens. Most of the time they said all these aliens have a little mouth or something like that. So that got me intrigued when they said that these aliens had a big mouth. I'm like, what? Then initially enough, when they went back to record more information or try to get more like pictures captured on this, they just up and disappeared. So that really made me like intrigued, because they crashed back there and then disappear. So just weird as why would they crash on a site and then just up and bounce? That's weird. If they crash, they would have been like dealing with some problems with their ship or with their how they got here, whatever. But it wasn't like that. It's just they were there 1 second. They heard it, like, the family was generally, concerned what was going on in their backyard, and they saw it. And then before they have a chance to get more information, that disappeared. So that really threw my mind. It's like, are are these things are coming here in actual like ships, or, and if they are, and when they do get here, do they just like have another ship that they fly off into, or they have like some type of cloaking system that they just like blend into the area, and not to scare the public or anybody around them, because that really got me scratching my head, because they would have seen a ship, or they would have seen something if they heard a noise and they were already alerted exactly what happened in the backyard. They will be genuinely concerned what else is going to be around them. But before they have a chance, there was nothing else. So I think they might have a technology that they might cloak into the society and blend into the public, that nobody can see them. So that was a little bit weird how the report was coming out, and that made me think about it a little bit. That's it.
I'm in agreement with you when it comes to the cloaking technology. I mean, even we on Earth are starting to be able to experiment with invisibility technology. And so it would make sense that there'd be some kind of an emergency system that if these beings needed to, they could cloak themselves on something that isn't on the visible light spectrum. Additionally, I think they could probably have that kind of system for their craft. What causes some just questions that I have about that incident. Firstly, what caused their craft to crash? That was interesting to me. I mean, it's always been difficult for me to comprehend that a civilization can come from X amount of light years away, and then they get to Earth, and like radio frequency or some kind of frequency can cause their ship to crash. I'm not saying that it can't.
Let's not make the assumption.
Pardon me. Go ahead, Logan.
No, I'm just saying let's not make the assumption that they came from somewhere else all the way here, and then oops, they crashed. They could have just already been here.
That's valid as well, certainly. But it does seem like they have some kind of advanced technology that, for one reason or another, why would it crash? What caused that?
Every level of technology can have its problems, no matter what, probably.
I'm in agreement with that. It's just a sufficiently advanced technology to be able to travel perhaps interdimensionally. I'm not saying that it can't fail. I think it did in this case. I think that the witness is credible. There's certainly footage of it. One thing that I think hurt the discussion a little bit was a couple things. One, this apparently May 1st, but we didn't hear about it until early June.
Hello?
What happened? Is he there?
It's a stalemate.
Well, I hope he comes back if he connects. So there's like one thing I kind of like thought about, how that crash of that ship was coming down when it was like regain recorded. So like honestly, when you start seeing fire, you have like different color fires. Like, if you, depending if it's like electronic.
It got people to talk. It was on the news. It was taken seriously. It's continuing to be taken seriously, even though Robbie answers.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you really cut off for a good portion of that time. Can you repeat what you just said about 2 minutes, like before you started again? Repeat it again, because you cut off for a while.
Certainly, apologies for that. Just essentially that we had these beings could have perhaps been not of the gray species. They could be a different species that is taller, that has mouths like that were described. I think some things that hurt the credibility of this story were the fact that there was another video that came out that was purportedly from May 26th that did not align with the timeline, and they got people to talk that, oh, they have video of these beings, but that's actually incorrect. Additionally, I think it's interesting, if anybody saw the Ring camera footage, there's like a still of what is purported to be an alien, and I don't think anybody is convinced that that's what that was. But it is something. I think it is important for the on the timeline of disclosure. This will be an event that will be seen as important just because it got people to be talking about it. I mean, in the past month or so, we've had the discussion that government on the news, on some channels, that the
Man, he broke up again.
Yep, we lost Rabbi. Well, if you can still hear us, try a mic check when you get back.
Yeah, for sure.
Parking garage.
Yeah, I think like one thing that got me like really intrigued about that video. So when when they saw like the spacecraft crashing from afar, and it was recorded on the cam they had on their body cam, and they recorded, that was pretty weird. So the coloring of that object was coming down was a little bit weird because it had like a greenish, bluish, and kind of like a blue tint of like the color when it was coming down, crashing. So like majority of the time, if you see something that's gonna like on a plane, if it got damaged, you will see something like some type of fire, and it would be kind of reddish or yellowish. But when the aircraft was coming down from the cam, it had different colors. It had like more like a magnetic field, or like more like an electrical like explosion they had that it was causing. It's like, I don't know if anybody experienced it before, but you ever seen a transformer blow up like near you or near like on anything? The colors is really weird, you know. I still remember the day that I saw one up close because it was, I think, I was 13 or 14. So anyway, me and my friends were playing cards one day, and some people had a house party like a couple of blocks away. I didn't thought anything about it because that was pretty normal when it comes into the hood and stuff like that, because everybody wanna get together and have fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the thing that really got me concerned, when the transformer blew up, it had a different color, it had a different spectrum, and it had a different a different explosion that I haven't seen before. So at my first time seeing something, I thought that was extremely odd because it had like a bluish greenish tint. So, but when that aircraft was coming down from afar, when it was crashing on in their body cam, that reminded me of like electrical explosion of their of how I thought about how I remember from the Transformer. So when I saw that ship, I think they might have electrical explosion on their ship, and that got me kind of curious. But then you could look at it like this too, that there was technology in the government that we don't need to shoot objects in the air. We could shoot it with a magnetic, like a magnetic field or supersonic sound, some way, somehow, to push crafts from the sky to the ground. So maybe it probably was that. Probably we were generally curious what was going on. Maybe they wasn't allowed to come in this general area. Maybe they got, shoved or pushed away from their little aircraft, and they were coming down and they were crashing hardcore, because that didn't look like a regular fire. It looked more like electrical fire. And that got me intrigued a little bit, like how it was coming down.
Plus, it was like it was kind of odd about it is that it was sort of like a meteor,
To
green.
anyone's knowledge, was there any sound when it came down?
Yeah, well, apparently there was a concussive, documentation and some other camera or whatnot, security cam. But what was fascinating about it is I've seen meteorites come in, into our atmosphere, and it has that similar green hue to it. But the thing is that this seemed to hang in the sky a hell of a lot longer than any meteorite I've ever seen. That was curious.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to like they were coming into our atmosphere on a rate that was going so fast. They tried to control it, but they couldn't, and they just crashed. They just couldn't control the speed of how that craft was coming down, and they tried to control it, but they couldn't, and they just crashed. That's how I looked at it.
I also saw the video that this person recently did a analysis on the family's video, and I got to tell you, I'm really really shocked that this person could see any potential beings in there. Fairly spot one, and what it looked like to me was that they're trying to say what I saw was it looked like it could have been like the profile of a being and watching its left eye blink. I could barely even make out anything, but that seemed to be what they were trying to pinpoint there. But I couldn't even see what they were describing as a second being with it. And I also couldn't tell if they were saying that the being was actually inside of one of the tractors or was like on the other side of it, and you were seeing from basically about the neck up. I think what I was supposed to be looking at was like a being in profile. But if anyone else has seen this piece of footage being analyzed, what do you see?
It's weird too. People have been claiming that now the family that supposedly reported that video are like being like be checked upon by the government. There was another report that they were taken from that site to go be questioned off. So regardless how you see it, there's stuff that came out to the public that public should know about was considered to be something like humongous, because now like this family they're now being questioned and probably being examined exactly what happened and exactly what was going on. So I for 100%, I know this wasn't supposed to be like dished out to the public and to be recorded and also to be analyzed in this type of scale. Yeah. So I think the government itself, it's just probably generally just nervous, and they don't know how to approach this situation when it comes to like other beings from another dimension or from another another advanced civilization that made contact so close to a urban society, a urban group. Like that just seems really bizarre. So, like, one question I do I'm curious about, like when the kid started describing these aliens, how many other aliens are there that's 10 foot tall besides, obviously the common gray or whatever it could be? But like
Nordics?
Yeah, but Nordics are more like the description of like they have like human figures, and also they have like blonde hair, and they're like, I heard also Nordics don't like humans in general. They just keep them to themselves, and they're really like private. They don't like to be like I heard somebody tell me it's like they don't like to be called humans because it's like calling calling a Puerto Rican a Mexican, or or just basically saying like you're white, but you might be Irish, and you're just like, why are you calling me that? I'm Irish or something like that. So like,
How many
that,
breeds of dogs do we have in the world?
so
There's probably so many different life forms that we've just never actually had a chance to see. So, that being said, you know,
right, that's true. But like a gray, okay, so you got the Nordics. You might have a gray, but what other ones are that tall to even fit that description? Remember the kid said it had big eyes, big mouth, look like a human, but doesn't look like a human, and it's tall.
sound like one of my ex-bosses.
I kind of there was another thing that got me intrigued. I think it was Stephen Hawkins before he passed away. He was like, he made like this comment like, you're sending signals out to outer space. You try to connect with these other advanced society. It's like you're calling on a phone. You're calling, and calling. You ever wonder who might pick up in the other end? Who might pick up that information? Who wants to know exactly what's going on? Hopefully we hope that the other person on the other line that is receiving the signals or the society is fairly, hopefully nice, wants to like increase their knowledge. But what if the other individual that picks up these another civilization that picks up the telephone, picks up the call, doesn't have all the right things that we're looking for, let's look, they might be like nefarious, in nature, they just, command and conquer different planets and just move on, so forth, or move on or looking for natural resources. So, and that was like years ago too. And that was like before, this was before Stephen Hawking passed away. So maybe now people are more these like, beings from a different location or a different planet. They might have been just like saying like, oh yeah, this is where we received the signal and let's go look for it. And then generally curious of what's going on over here because, and that might bring all unattended attentions that we might not be looking for in this cosmos.
There could be a civilization that goes and takes a look and says, "This is a nice exoplanet that's, needs to be saved, probably, but these people don't need to be."
Right. They say like, "Oh, look at what they're doing. They're just destroying their resources. They don't know how to use it properly. We just might be doing no favor. Just go there and conquer them, and then move away." That's just, that'd be possible too.
Possibilities, yeah. There are a lot of them.
I just don't understand like how if these things are coming from so far away, or they're here and then now they're making themselves known. I just don't know why the government is so generally nervous to share this information to the public. I just don't understand why people are gonna get upset because of religion. People are gonna get upset that there's something that more, more advanced, more intelligently advanced than the human race. Or maybe people just can't muster up the the imagination of talking to something else that is not human, you know. And I think that's why the government is trying to stop this, prevent this, not let not let society to acknowledge this stuff that this stuff that exists. So I'm always confused, like why they want to cover this up so quickly and stuff like that. You know,
I get the feeling that honestly we're heading towards a situation where none of those people are going to have any control over it anyway.
but that also brings up questions like why are they doing this? Because like even on the stuff we do research on the like prior like pyramids or ancient civilizations that passed away or and basically died off through time, they always talk about these entities from afar, or these entities that came and visit them. And they always talk about that they're not gonna stop. They're gonna come back in the future, maybe with more people or more of them, or they might just come back for the other reasons. We might not even know. They might have been in charge prior to civilization that we created now, because how many times this planet have metamorphed and changed throughout the eons and centuries. A lot of times, and we're now finding about things about the past that we never thought was possible. So imagine a civilization from the past coming back, and we got to the point we matured enough with our technology to see things like that, but we still don't comprehend about how that civilization was here and they're coming back for whatever they want to come back for. So when the government is like blocking all this information about these visits and these sightings and stuff like that, is it for the public good, or it could be a real problem that we might have to be dealing with something even further, a bigger problem in the future, because nobody talked about it because we thought it was not important enough. But if another race of beings come in and we start dealing with problems, it would just be too late. We'd be stuck and shocked. We'd be stuck of how to comprehend what are life forms that are coming in and how to deal with them if they are nefarious. But still, I don't know why they want to hide this to a certain point until the problem gets too big, and then they say like, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys, aliens do exist and they're here.
It's because they're trying to hide the report card from their parents, and I think that at both polar opposite ends, any type of power structure, I think that we're just we haven't been able to get over our lust and greed for control and power, and those people are going to hang on to that. They don't really care what happens after they're gone. And possibly maybe the second coming isn't what people think it is.
But you imagine if these people they're hell bent over to have control power of the masses and stuff like that, they really don't want to give that power away to another advanced civilization that might just come by and disrupt how civilization works here in this world. So you imagine the people who have power will try to prevent these type of aliens to coming in and do that.
They wouldn't be able to prevent anything at that point. I highly doubt they'd be able to prevent anything. I highly doubt it. I think that they have no control until they don't. Until they're dead or whatever you want to say. I mean, if you believe that there's even such a thing as death, really.
Yeah. I agree to a certain point, but just it's just so dumb. People who are above us and has more access to this type of knowledge and information, they just want to stop everybody from gaining more access to this knowledge of this forbidden wisdom until it's too late. And, you know, it just don't make sense. And the sad thing is, if it gets too late and then it's something like that, man, we'll be screwed. And I can't believe that.
I would like to think that there could possibly be the potential for a sentient race that is advanced spiritually enough and has control over some of the physics of the universe and how our energy systems work within our bodies and whatnot, minds. They could sense and basically collate who the good people are right off the bat, sort of like a saturation map, you know, when you see it. So those people would have no problems anyway. You know, kind of like a really quick access assessment as to which parts of the experiment worked and which ones are the rejects. I would imagine it'd be very simple and easy for them.
Hopefully, if that is the case, they have a system to sort off the good from the bad. But if you're gonna come into this, you know, if you come into this like world and then you try to like make contact, there's a lot of ways you could do it. You know, a lot of people could say like, you know, telepathic. You know, crop fields, or you know, sometimes just a visual sighting, or maybe just traditional way. You know, straight physical contact. You know, but it seems like the way they're approaching, if the aliens are really want to make a connection with humans and then how they approach it, I think it's just like they're just doing it is just totally wrong, because if these beings are so advanced, they probably have a more subtle way to connect with us. You know, that's like going, it's like look at it like this. It's like you take a walk and you're walking and you meet a person on your walk. Unintentionally, you didn't know you will meet this individual on your walk because you generally would just mind your own business, and unintentionally you meet somebody, and then you might make a connection, you might interact, depending how because you met them in your walk, and that's perfectly fine because they just generally are curious because they were just wandering around and took a quick walk. And I think that's a great way when aliens would probably do that if they want to make a connection, because they didn't know what's going on. They were just walking around and they made a connection. But when you start seeing aliens coming down here out of nowhere, you know, scratching their heads and moving around, it's just not, they're not generally curious. They have an agenda that they're trying to do. They try to fulfill. So that kind of like pulls me away. Like, are they here for just to help us, or they're here to examine us to the point that, you know, they have their own reasons to be here, and the government don't want to let us know why.
And there's also probably many theys. Not just one they. Well, not probably. There obviously are many. So then there's that element.
What was that? I thought there was this contract I think they were making, or they made like a while back ago. I think it was like 1975, 1976, something like that. And it was in Roswell. And what I heard from the report was they were like not just like one race of alien beings. It was 5 in total, and they made like some type of like treaty of like, you know, how to communicate, what places they could be at, what resources they could use, and if they really need to communicate with humans, they're very limited to do it. But like there were 5. What I read from the reports, there were 5 different races that was there that to make that treaty. So if
Yeah.
there was 5 of them, and we were able to kind of like agitate there was 5, and that's only the 5 that we made a treaty with. Imagine how many more different like race being or different like alien beings that we don't know, that hasn't been logged in, that we were just like scratching like, oh yeah, he's a part of the treaty. No, you're not. Okay. So it's kind of like a little bit weird, like what other ones are there that we don't know of that we should be worried or we should be questioning about or worry about?
In the scope of the amount of things that we do know in life, we know nothing.
That's a fact.
I'm gonna go to bed. It's been cool.
Nice talking to you.
Hell yeah. Have a good
Keep it
morning.
real, SJ.
Yeah, man.
And if you always want to chat, come back to Logan Space, where the hottest things are happening. So Logan, what's up? I was here yesterday in your space, and you're rocking out before the band started going crazy and things were going. I was like, what's going on? But the music was sounding amazing yesterday. It was really cool. So I don't know if anybody has any things they want to bring up when it comes to technology or aliens or just in general. Speak up. I think this topic is so cool and intriguing that I don't think this might be the last thing we're ever going to hear about this technology, about aliens and stuff like that. Now, because the public is so like generally intrigued about that situation in Las Vegas, I think now people are just like pointing their cell phones in the sky more and more and try to record anything. If it's even birds in the sky too, they might do that. But yeah, I think people are more generally curious now how this exotic things are falling from the skies, and they're making contact with us. I think more people are just getting generally curious about it. I think just people are just really intrigued about this type of stuff. So I don't think it's going to be the last time, and I surely know that this isn't going to be like the last, like, the fourth contact. I think there's going to be a lot more. So I'm kind of excited what else is going to be out there that it's really going to open up our eyes and open up our minds of what could exist in this galaxy. Imagine if there's a race of beings probably they're from Earth, but they're just from the past, way in the past, and they're trying to contact with the people for now. The people who are here. Yeah. So the people from the past are just curious enough how everything changed, and now they're making contact with the present humans that live now. That'd be bizarre. Or like a lot of people said too, like people from the future, they're just coming back to this time just to observe us, to see what's going on and see how things are going over in this type of this time, how we're dealing with things with our resources. Yeah. It's just intriguing, for real. I think the one biggest thing I'm like really wondering that really scratch my head all the time. We see UFOs, we see aliens, but we don't see a ship or a UFO that kind of resembles the Bible, and then you start seeing angels coming out of it. It doesn't seem kind of like real. So like when the day that happens, when you start seeing UFOs and you see angels coming out with beings with wings or whatever, that's gonna shake up the public a lot more. You know. Because every religion they talk about these angelic beings with angels that have wings and stuff like that. Imagine them just coming out of ships and stuff like that. Start interacting. You can't deny it. You can't deny it after that point when you start seeing beings with wings and stuff like that and that look like humans. You're gonna be like, oh, the first thing is gonna pop in your head is gonna be, oh, they're angelic, they're angels and stuff like that. But that'd be a very interesting way to contact if we start seeing things that come from the Bible and then we start seeing things in front of our eyes and be like, will we really be scratching our heads like what's going on? Don't be shy. Now, if anybody wants to talk, wants to say something, you know, you're always welcome to raise your hand and chit chat a bit.
Yeah, I'm just listening to you. I've been working. I'm working away here. That's why I'm quiet. I didn't want to be hot micing.
I think one thing I do see something that kind of scratches my head is, are these aliens or avatars that might be used for other advanced civilization coming down to interact with us because they just don't want to do the work, or they don't want to do the, they don't want to be captured on film, or they don't want to be presented. They might be sending these avatar aliens now, or look at it like this too. Let's say there is probably a split off of technology, probably in the past, that I think people just probably fought in the past, thought things didn't align with their agendas, and they just start breaking off. One group after another, separating their way.
Well, I have come across stories back in the Oh, shit, it's doing the mute and unmute thing. I gotta say, damn it, Twitter. Stories of where it seems like some of the entities have been exiled. They even talk about that in the Bible, where Adam and Eve were, I forget how to bring that terminology together, but give you a good example, the Florida lizard man. I thought that was always interesting. So how could you explain that? This one lone which looks like a reptilian by himself, but in a feral state. Because whatever chewed on the that minivan, it didn't look happy. You know what I mean? So I think my theory on it was somebody that was exiled, a reptilian that was exiled. And the same with the Kandahar giant. We look at the Nephilim as if they were an advanced species. But if they were so advanced giants, why would in Kandahar would he come out, stinking to high heaven with a shield and a pike? You know what I mean? That doesn't look too advanced to me. But my theory on that is maybe they were advanced and they're just closer to the surface as guardians as you get into inner earth. Maybe. I don't know. Or were they exiled to their own area? Like if you take a group of humans out of the city and throw them in the wilds of Alaska, not too many of them are going to survive, but you're going to get a handful of people that start living off the grid, living off the land. How many generations would it take until the entire human history for that small group of people is gone? You know what I mean? So it all comes down to what you've been taught and learned over the years, and that knowledge being passed down. And it begs to that question: has there been, other stories other than just Adam and Eve being exiled out of the Garden of Eden, so to speak? And I think the Garden of Eden is that symbology of the inner earth type thing, where they said, you know what, if you guys are weird, get the hell out. Type
Oh,
thing.
right. I agree. I do agree because
And
when
we can't join them until we abolish anger. You know what I mean? Type thing.
Mhm.
Because you think about it, anger's, in my opinion, it's a useless emotion. Like, what benefit does it have for the human race? Sure, I do. Like, I still get angry, but you know what I mean? You can go through life without being angry at all. I know it's a little hard when you work with dumbasses, and you know what I mean? Depends on your situation and social situation as well, whether you have a girlfriend, spouse, arguing with a landlord, whatever the scenario might be. It's a little tricky, but I think I'm coming down to the realization you just got to let it roll off your back and not put too much thought into it. You know what I mean?
I think you came with a good point. You bring an interesting topic up, and you were saying how the Garden of Eden. Obviously we know in the Bible that Adam and Eve was like kicked out because they touched the forbidden fruit of good and evil. But that knowledge, they got kicked out, and then from the Garden of Garden of Eden, the God himself, he was creating life there. So we kind of tell like that's kind of like a fictional story, but then you start seeing Egypt, they have these these entities, like they have half head of like alligator, bird, or you go to like Greek or Rome, like the Minotaur, they have these other creatures, kind of like a mixture of a little bit of everything. So maybe there was a time that a lot of these like creations got became exiled. They got kicked out and everything. Because if you think about it, if Adam and Eve did get if they grabbed the apple of good or evil, of knowledge, and the angel himself that was guarding that garden kicked them out, the angel didn't even have to worry that much, because they already know that Adam and Eve already ate from the apple of knowledge, and they already know what to do. like in the real world, because that was the whole point of the garden, because they didn't know any better. They didn't know. They were being taken care of. That was like basically a playpen. But when they ate the fruit, they basically, oh, you acquire that knowledge, you already acquire that wisdom that it takes so many years to acquire, but you acquired because of the fruit. Then you don't need to be in the garden because you already have that knowledge to survive and maintain yourself over and over throughout the, you know, other parts of the land. So I kind of like question too, like, was there other entities that was being created, and they you know, some of them was able to live on other parts of the land, or maybe some of them, you know, God seemed that they didn't have no place of his garden, and probably you know, was a failed experiment. But that's like the same thing too, like in Atlantis, they said like all the greatest minds were there, all the greatest different races were there, you know, from every part of the cosmos were there just to educate. Basically, it was like a utopia of knowledge, you know. So if these were beings from every other place, everywhere, from any different type of like different variety of different human beings that was being created throughout the centuries, they're probably there in Snipe. So with some of this stuff, I do believe that, you know, they're here, they got wiped out. Maybe it was by Mother Nature, or maybe it was a collision with a meteor that might change up the environment, or it just they might had problems with their own people, and they just, you know, anger consumed them and destroy their own culture all as one. So I
Well,
think
there's a lot to it, man. Especially finding the vitrified rock around at these megalithic sites. You know, giving that evidence to geologists that some kind of cataclysm event of nuclear or hydrogen explosive type properties taken place in our ancient past. And like we have speculations on Atlantis battling with Tartaria and a lot of other cultures. It does make sense once isolated pockets of humans start branching out. Like, just say if you have like I said earlier, of people leaving New York, well, people leaving Atlantis. Eventually, you would have isolated pockets of humanity dotted around that area, growing up not knowing about the different races. Meanwhile, we hear the speculations of Atlantis having 10 civilizations with 10 different races of humanoids or hominids. And at one point, we all coexisted. So what caused these two factions to divide? And like, if you look at the Hindu Vedic texts, they talk about that in their version of the Bible, where these two factions, you know, went to war with each other. And it's absolutely fascinating when you read the Vedic texts and start to see the bigger picture. Maybe there is truth to this theory that's been perpetuated, so to speak, throughout our cultures.
yeah, yeah. I think that's that really what shines a lot of light to these, you know, theories, or just you know, questioning about the past, that in India try to preserve that knowledge for the future generation, what happened in the past. And their stories sometimes blow. They talk about things that we haven't even tried to like imagine, and they bring up good ideas and concepts, and they also think about things that, you know, civilizations that came to rise and they fell. And I think that all the texts of India, it's really surprising. But what really surprised me too is like texts not from India itself. When it comes to texts like other regions of the world, that's really more conservative with their history, like China, Japan, Russia. They be conservative enough just to hide their private information of their history of their country away. But India is so massive, so big, and it's so it's so based on religion that a lot of their stories is considered to be like more like a folk tale into the story of religion. So nobody really take it serious until you start noticing things from the story that actually was probably real. But that's in India. But imagine China, Japan, other cultures that really hide their stories from the past and they don't show it. That's like same thing like in the Silk Road. They found like in China in Silk Road, they were like saying that
Bitcoin?
Was that?
I said Bitcoin Silk Road or like China Silk Road?
No, that's a different topic. Different topic. But they were noticing that the Silk Road, they found Asians from the past, but they had like blonde hair, blue eyes, but they were Asian. I'm like, okay, that's crazy, So maybe there was these big cultures or these big societies had so much history in the past, like a lot of it just disappeared or it got erased throughout time. But like India still show most of their culture in their texts. Egypt, whatever you can find under the sand, and the hieroglyphs that you can actually read off. Sometimes Japan sometimes with Japan too. Yeah.
With Zahi Hawass shutting down the Giza Plateau, that really spoke volumes to me. In case you don't know, Zahi Hawass used to be the antiquities director of the Giza Plateau, and there was a GPR team that was brought in, and they did their scans in and around, well, not so much in, but around the Sphinx. And underneath the left paw of the Sphinx, Dr. Edgar Casey, that was known as the Sleeping Prophet, he said there's 3 ancient libraries dotted around the globe. One is underneath the left paw of the Sphinx. One is in the Grand Canyon. And the other one is in the Cave of Taos in South America somewhere. And he brought up these locations. So when the GPR team came in and found that there is a huge void and tunnel system underneath the Sphinx, the GPR guy goes, "Wow, Dr. Edgar Casey was right." And then Zahi Hawass shuts down the Giza Plateau, says they were drilling for water underneath the Sphinx. And I think his exact words were, "Oh, we found nothing. There's no chambers. There's no nothing." Well, then why was the Giza Plateau shut down for a whole tourist season and tarped off? So no satellite imaging could be taken. Right. And the reports of people that live there notice empty trucks going in and trucks coming out with stuff. And I find it kind of one hell of a coincidence, those trucks going in and coming out with stuff. Nobody knows what was in them. But the rumors is that Zahi Hawass, came to the conclusion of what some of the discoveries were in that library that was found there. And that's the reason why he was retired from that position. People got fed up with him and just said, "You know what? You're done. Get out."
For real. Like, I don't understand.
Hey, can everyone here do me a favor? I'm trying to do this thing where I can well, I can't really say, but if you can click on the top of my pinned tweet on my page. Just click on that and write whatever you want to write on that little anonymous comment box thing. Whatever it is you want to write, you could write a fart joke, or it doesn't really matter. Just write something, whoever it is, and just put that it's from you, right? This is from whatever your username is, or whatever, it doesn't matter. But I have to know that it's you that has sent it. Okay, that's great. Everyone do that if you can.
Cool. Yeah, do that. Look. So the one thing that got me curious and kind of question about that is, like, Egyptian, whoever designed and architect the designing of that, the pyramid, you know, all their facilities, how it was constructed. Egyptian culture wasn't dumb. They knew how to design it. They knew how to craft it. They knew how to align it. And then they, from their drawings, you kind of could see exactly how the structure was designed. So when it came to like the plateau and with the Sphinx, there's really a tablet there. You could literally see the Sphinx, and you can see these other chambers below the Sphinx and stuff like that. So when Sahi Awas comes up there, there's nothing to see and stuff like that. I really question, like, are you saying that the Egyptians in the past were fucking? Do you think they're genuinely dumb? They wouldn't be able to wreck this stuff if there wasn't something there. It wasn't something there, you know. They designed everything from all the pyramids and all the structures. You think it's nothing because you think it's just water. It just don't make sense. And like, if there was a possibility of me having an interview with Sahi Awas, the first question I will ask him: do you think
we are that fucking stupid?
Right, it's like, that's
Yeah.
fucking shit. It's like, do you think what you're doing right now prove the point that you're a good ecologist or a bad one? Because when you die, when you pass away from this world and go to the next, everybody's gonna find out how much of a piece of trash you are because you said there's nothing here, nothing there, and you really didn't want to show the public of the findings. So you wanna I imagine if you're doing this because you wanted to and you want to show the world what was going on in the past, you really be more open about that. But if you're really a piece of trash and don't want to let the world know about it, and you're keeping all these secrets, everybody's gonna find out when you pass away from this world, and they're really gonna know how much of a dirtbag you are because you just, you know, you was corrupt in every different shade that could be, because that's just crazy.
Did it work, Logan?
Oh, right. I don't. Yes, I haven't looked yet.
You know, I always wondered, like, what is the charge, or what is the offense of doing research in Egypt and you come across a tomb that you don't have permission to search? What's the charge of it? Like prison for 2 years or something like that? Yeah.
It's only a charge if you get caught.
That's true. That's true. And
I personally have a buddy that was an archaeologist, and he made a discovery of a large humanoid, a giant, if you will, and his entire career, at first he thought, like, this should change the world. I'll go down in history, is what his thought was, and his entire career was completely ruined and discredited. And needless to say, the guy is no longer in archaeology because of that finding. It just sucks to see that there's this cover up on specific things within archaeology. then we see a lot of scholars like researching that phenomenon. There's a wonderful series called Forbidden Archaeology, and I've seen it numerous times again, where discoveries were made and the Smithsonian, the Vatican, however situation or powers to be you want to put labels on, it just disappears from our history. And same with ancient maps. But like I said, the whole civilization of Tartaria has now been coming up again and again and again. And once you start looking at the history, it was on a lot of these ancient maps. How come? Why is this civilization being erased? Type thing. So I like looking at the bigger picture of things, and sometimes the puzzle pieces start to fall together when you look at all of these topics as one big whole event that's been happening throughout time.
Yeah, I'm just surprised, like how Egypt, they talk about so many tunnel systems throughout the whole landmass from that general area. And I wonder, like, if you really want to look for knowledge, you're looking for wisdom, whatever. A lot of people just go straight to Egypt, because they think that everything is gonna be there. But if this is like a tunnel system, like it's all everywhere all over that region, you technically don't need to be in Egypt to do your research, because if there's a tunnel system throughout that whole region, you could really just like start digging a hole over there, and you're bound to hit something below your feet. But that's crazy too. Like they even like people state that like on the Sphinx itself, they even said there's like so many subterranean layers on that region that kind of blows my mind. There was like 7 different regions on that level. So there was like there, I think there was like guardians, and then you have the like other beings, and you have the giants and stuff like that. If you ever see like the actual like that little plaque, that little script description about the Sphinx on their paw, and you see the different layers there is, and then you take it in face value, if there's so many different layers throughout that region, imagine what other things could be buried or still living that it's not, what we don't think it is possible, and it's still being possible. I think there was like the biggest thing that got me intrigued about Egypt that really got me fascinated was there was a discovery of a pyramid like underground, that there was like different different sculptures of different animals, different structures of beings around this pyramid. That was it was a underground pyramid from the surface of Egypt. So when I heard about that, I was like, that seems really interesting, and that what really got me intrigued, because I thought like if people wrote about this, and there's like a pyramid underground, something like that, it had to have been a very few individuals who were able to glance on this structure that very few people could see. That's the same thing with that what was that, those calls, those mazes, what are those called? Those labyrinths, the big labyrinths underground in Egypt. You just don't, they talk about this labyrinth as so massive, it's so huge, and a lot of people are saying this is underground, underwater structures like that. But you're talking about a structure it's like extremely big to be a labyrinth, and we're just barely comprehending that it was not just like one level floor of a labyrinth; it was 2 levels. So if we could see a labyrinth being built and they constructed and now it's like under the sand, under like flooded in water, what if like in the plateau that it was basically where all the kings and queens or and basically the biggest pyramids that was developed and constructed is, how we cannot phantom that there's levels under that what we can't see and it's there, you know, and there it can even go further down or further down to the bottom of the hole. You know, there has to be a lot more levels there. So I just don't comprehend, like people say, oh yeah, this doesn't exist, but this other thing exists, and then that labyrinth that is 2 floors, and they wrote about it, and then people said that they seen it, and the only way you can go through it, you need a guide that they can, you know, maneuver you across that labyrinth, and that was there at the time. So I don't comprehend like how they said like there isn't nothing down there. There's a nothing burger, and there's clearly designs on walls. They're saying there's different levels on that there's on that floor. It just don't make sense. So that's why I think Sawas, he is like the worst representation of like looking to the past, because man, you don't think that old man is that you don't think that old man is alive right now, not from just looking for artifacts in the past. No, he looked like, you know, he's just probably making businesses, making decisions about the government and stuff, and doing all these other, you know, side hustles just to profit off from the past. So Sahi Awas is like a bad representation when I think about Egyptian history. He just, I don't know, he just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And think about it too, like, remember how like a lot of people talk about how Egypt, you know, all that was flourish with water. There's there was water area. There was plants. There are animals and everything like that. If there was water in the past, and a lot of there has to be some type of like draining system for that water to go. And, you know, it could be man-made structures underground that could have like places that water could travel through, or it could be just natural. And over time, it filters out through the land. And, you know, sometimes it makes tunnels, or sometimes it makes what's those? Sometimes you see that in like here in other countries that are more advanced. Sometimes there's so much water deposit underground, the road will break up by mistake. There will be sinkholes by mistake and stuff like that, because there's a lot of water that's traveling across the bottom, and the support structure in the bottom it's loosening up, so there's gonna be a sinkhole. So if back in the past in Egypt, if there was so much water, there will be a natural tunnel system for this water to be drained off out of areas, so like that. So now, because now that whole region is pretty dry and it's pretty solid, there should be enough tunnel systems down there to be explored. If it is by natural means, by the water filtration, or man-made structures that we don't know of, and we still question if it's even possibly being made. So that was always a thing that made me scratch my head all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, some of the cave systems that the specific ones that I'm talking about would be the the ones with the smooth walls, the smooth floor. Like that's something you just don't see in nature. And I've come across quite a few stories of hikers, finding these types of caves, whether they be in Grand Canyon, Asia, Egypt. They all have the same similarities of the descriptions of them. One geologist said that there was vitrified rock on the inside of this cave system. Now you can take into that argument, oh, it's a lava tube. Well, in order for vitrification to happen on a rock, those temperatures would absolutely be higher than what molten rock, lava, can produce to the surface of the rock. So I thought that was fascinating. So it begs to that question: what created some of these tunnels then? If it wasn't a natural lava tube, or you know what I mean? That's the only